Hello.
Hello, everybody. My name is Markiplier.
Hello. Hello, everyone. Um,
Welcome back from ads.
Yeah,
Thank
that.
you for the pennies.
Also that. Let me swap to. Go. So yeah, we'll be doing a shorter stream today. Mainly because like I think I may have done too much work in the last week. I had to. So we're gonna be doing a bit of a shorter stream today. Because I need some recovery time. I need some time to like bounce back from ADHD hyperfixation overspinning. So we're gonna do a 3-hour stream today, and then I'm gonna jump off, and then I'm gonna take the rest of the day to myself as best as I can. And it could be 1 or 2 more days, before I'm like back to the 6-hour streams. We'll see. But at least definitely today, I'm gonna do 3 hours. And then I'll have next week. I need to, I'm still going to be working on stuff, right? I still need to do the video, the shorts, and like a whole bunch of other stuff, but I'm going to kind of like tone down just a little bit. Because I had some really bad recoil. I want to say either last night or this morning, where my brain was just not happy. There's a combination, like I had a headache and a couple of other things, but something hit me weird. So I'm going to try to address it today, and not just like do what I normally do and push through it. This one needs to be addressed. So I'm gonna chill out. for this stream, and then we'll see about getting back into things. And of course, you know, content's still coming out. I did all the VODs today, right? I'm gonna be doing the shorts on Tuesday, and a bunch of other stuff. So nothing's really changing on the other content front. Just mainly the streams are gonna be a little bit shorter today, maybe tomorrow. I want to be careful about, you know, giving myself too much leash, because I have a tendency to continue to take leash, and that's not good. So, but today I definitely need to I need to chill. Not like game wise, just like with the length of stream. 6 hours is a long time to stream every day for 100 days straight. So today I'm gonna not do that. We're gonna do at least 3 hours, maybe 4, but definitely no more than 4. Because 4 is my minimum that I'd like to do. 3 is my absolute minimum. But we'll see. Let's see. Anything that's going on that's new? I really didn't do anything today other than the VOD stuff. I did the thumbnails, exported the VODs, got the titles and descriptions all set up. And I think that's it. I definitely am going to be doing shorts on Tuesday. Probably a different set of 4, because I did gameplay stuff.
That's a cat in the chat. Meow, meow.
I did gameplay stuff last week. This week I'm gonna try to do more pre-recorded, and that'll give me another 8 more weeks. 8 more weeks? Yes, no, 4 more weeks. Sorry, 8 videos, 4 weeks. That'll give me 4 more weeks, and that should put me out a month and a half of buffer, roughly. Not quite sure, but shorts aren't doing terrible. I mean, surprisingly, like I said, I had some shorts with like 14 or 15 views, right? But the edited stuff has consistently got over 200, which for me is good. And they're not 2,000, but 200 views for a channel of my size, not a lot. That's a lot because I don't have a lot of like subs and stuff. So.
Sorry, I couldn't do this one yesterday, but here I am, lol. Also remember, vote for Nom.
Thank you for the 5. Thank you for the 500 biddies, sick hat. I appreciate it. Oh god, hiccups. Well, I'm buried now. But yeah, my shorts have been I do, yeah. Sorry, I couldn't do this one. Yes, I do appreciate it. I want to keep that vote info on screen, and hopefully people will see it. Some people just like don't see that sort of stuff, which is fair. But you know, the longer it stays in there, the more people see it. So for those who don't know, who are joining us and who might not be sticking around for too much today, we have emote voting. You can do vote info to get information about it, and essentially the top 10 most voted for emotes are going to be the ones that I'm going to be turning into emotes for the stream and for the Discord. So if you have a specific emote type that you see in ! Vote emotes that you would like to turn into reality, be sure to get your votes in. It will be ending on the 20th, I believe, somewhere between the 20th and the 25th, one of those days. But you know, make sure you get it in by the 20th, because I could end it on the 20th. And yeah, that's that. Kind of like a little event going on for the next 10 days. You know, 9 days, 10 days. I want to give the community the opportunity to vote on stuff. Hyperfixating on Nami mode. I mean, you can do that, but like, then, you know, the other emotes are not going to get voted for. That's the only problem. That's why I wanted to do more than one emote vote. But I never got a chance to building it, and in the current mental state that I'm in, I can't do that. So we'll just see how it goes. I think it's going to go the way that I think it's going to go, in which we're going to have like maybe 5 or 6 different emotes voted for, and 14 to like 15 that never got voted for. And if that's the case, then I'll have to potentially visit, you know, which ones I'm going to do. You know, because like I want to do batches of 10 to, you know, get more emotes in. Yeah. So if there's only 4 or 5 that get voted on, I guess I'll pick the remainders. But I wanted this fun little community event for people to pop in and enjoy. As well as, by the way, they do reset at 12 a.m. Eastern, so the turn of the day on my computer. Is it resetting now? I don't always have the bot open outside of streams, but you might get lucky where if you vote outside of the stream, the vote might count. But during the stream, you know, obviously your vote won't count because you voted for the day. So yeah, I think I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I want to do Elden Ring today, Mecha Break, Dredge. Man, I should really get back in and finish Dredge. I just kind of forgot about that game, not gonna lie. I don't know. I had fun with Mecha Break. And I should probably get my like fix before the playtest is over. There's also Delta Force, which is like a Battlefield clone made by Tencent, which like apparently popped off on Twitch, and I want to try to get in on that view spike. However, it's a request access game, and I haven't gotten access yet. And on top of that, I have Dredge is the fishy game. On top of that, I am aware that the studio is basically Tencent. Tencent made a ghost company or ghost studio in which they are publishing under, but the game studio is majority owned or owned completely by Tencent, which is basically a CCP corporation. Tencent is completely beholden to the Chinese government and is one of the largest Chinese companies like in existence, rivaling seems wrong. Rivaling. There we go. Rivaling EA and like Activision, Blizzard, Microsoft, that whole thing. They're huge. They're absolutely fucking massive. They have their fingers in everything. And basically whatever data the Communist like Party of China wants, they get. Which is one of the reasons why I try not to support any Tencent games. However, I have to fucking eat. And because I have to fucking eat, I'm gonna have to do some things that I don't like doing. I mean, for me personally, you know, I will always say flat out that, hey, this game is basically owned by China. Not gonna be around long and might be mining your system for information about you. Just be careful about that. Anyway, I'm gonna play it now because it might get me more photos. When it comes to like, I'm mostly I'll be self-sacrificial when it comes to the benefit of the stream, but I won't be sacrificing like the integrity of the people in my stream. Right? I'm not gonna try to hide the fact that it's not made by that company. So like for instance, if I look this up right now, it's called Delta Force Hawk Ops. Is created by Teamy Studio and Team Jade. Founded in 2008. And then we could go to owner. Yeah. Teamy Studios owner is Kolian Yao, a subsidiary of Tencent Games, as the leader of Tencent's in-house game development arm. So, that studio basically is completely owned by Tencent. They are headquartered in China with an office in Los Angeles. And then, yeah, like it's kind of spooky how many things Tencent owns. As in, like, you like whenever a game comes out. Whenever any game comes out, look at who owns it. Look at who's published it. Look at the country of origin. A lot of them are China. At least recently. And we have Team Jade, which I believe is the publisher for the game. Yesterday, Tencent filed a trademark for Team Jade. So, yeah. This is another. So it's owned by a company in Tencent who developed the game, and then it's owned and published by a company from Tencent. So they made a publisher and they made a game development studio to not specifically for this game, but they own those development studios and publishers. So like any revenue that comes from any of those sources go directly to Tencent. I mean, you're not wrong. Honestly, that's why a lot of people don't care. A lot of people don't care because it's like whatever. You know, oh, it's my data. Take my data. I don't give a shit, right? The biggest problem is that like we really shouldn't be giving our data to like anyone. Finally, hey Duke, I returned after a month of absence. Welcome back. You managed to catch like the first short stream in like 3 months. I mean, it's still 3 hours. It's not that short, but it's short for me. And is this from Frankie on PC? Yeah, it is. So anyway, that game is doing numbers on Twitch. However, I can't get into it because it's an invite system and it's a request access system. So can't really play it. The vacation was worth it. Oh heck yeah, dude. Heck yeah. I'm still on the grind. Things have gotten better, I think, over the last month since you've been gone. Like, you know, not much has changed. Things have just gotten better. I don't really know what that means. I am not smart. I'm very like calm today. But things have improved, at least on my end. Like, I've gotten a whiteboard, I've got a schedule out, I've started doing short videos, I've been exporting my VODs, and I've been doing like the stuff that I feel like I need to do to get more popular, or at least eyes on me. Whether or not people decide that they're actually going to come over and say hi and go into Twitch chat and, you know, give me money to live is a completely different question. But you know, hey, at least people can see me, right? I've been mucking around with potentially, you know, looking into like models and stuff like that, because my barrier the last time I did this was that like I kind of dropped like after looking into the personalization of stuff, which is the reason why I kind of don't want to look into the personalization of stuff. But I also don't want to grow too far in popularity without something that is like mine, right? Because this model is adjusted. I want to do other things with it, right? I want to improve it in some way, but at the same time, there's a level of like brand recognition, right? This model is for people who see this model, who watched me, recognize this model as me. And if you get too popular with this model, then you have this problem of brand recognition where if you swap models that doesn't at least look like this one, no one's gonna know who you are. Like they'll see you pop up on shorts, or they'll see you pop up and like, I don't know who this is, and keep swiping, and that's bad. You don't want to be like, hi, I'm Pepsi and we're changing from red, white, and blue to like orange, green, and purple, right? You don't want to do that. So it's the same thing with me. Now that being said, like it depends on where I am in my arc of popularity. You know, am I upticking? Am I at the top? Like, I don't know. And ultimately, sometimes I think I just put way too much thought in it. Like, hey, do you have 1,000 followers? No? Then don't fucking do anything. Should be as simple as it is. But my brain doesn't do that, and I hate it. I wish my brain would calm the fuck down. Because it's like, realistically speaking, my guy, you don't have brand recognition because you're not popular for your brand to be recognized. And then part of me is like, yeah, I know, but still. Like, but still, I want a shiny new thing and like be unique, you know, and have like coherent, like I think I said this when I first started streaming. I was always jealous. Envious. I was always envious of people who had like a super strong like theme that was like throughout all of their stuff. Like they had a strong panel theme, emote theme, sub badges, model, pop like super strong thematic that was consistent through the entirety of like where you would follow them. And I'm just sitting here like, man, that's really cool. I don't have that. You know, it's like you don't see my sub badges in anywhere other than my sub badges. I don't have dog prints on my banners, right? Or my banners don't have any correlation to anything else, right? My channel points icon is a fucking cookie. You know what I mean? So like there's no cohesiveness between any of my shit. Because I really didn't have any money to put into this. You know, I had what I had and I kind of just had to make everything else, right? Like my channel banners, I like my channel, my little about me thing and like the Discord thing, I made those. I made our badges. Like I didn't make the emotes, but I worked on this model, right? I've done a lot of work on the channel. That's my, like, I did the fucking logo. I've done everything for this channel so far except for the emotes. And I'm just sitting there like there's no cohesion because everything is encapsulated, right? Everything is like, oh, I did this at this point, and I did this at this point, and I did that at this point. I'm like, what's your theme? I don't fucking know. I'm a dog. But there's no like color coordination. There's no shape coordination. There's nothing between them share any sort of like similar values. And I'm just sitting here like, man, I really want more coordination between my stuff, but that's so fucking expensive. And I can't justify those costs. And part of me is like, and if I do justify those costs, it's a gamble. Like I'm just gonna be straight up with you guys. It's a gamble. If I don't invest in that, if I don't invest in myself and improving on my content, hi Christy. Hey, your wolf worked this time. Let's go. If I don't invest in my content, if I don't invest in myself, if I don't spend money on improving what I have, then I might not grow. Which means I won't, like, it's like being a restaurant on the corner of a street with no advertising anywhere, right? Like most people find me through collabs, word of mouth, random searches, which are super rare, or me popping in like random locations. No one has like found me through some system promoting me, that I know of at least. And like without putting in the money into my stuff to make it more eye catchy, eye grabby, and all those sort of things, you know, I have a lot lower likelihood of people popping up. Which means like if I spend money on it, I'm gambling whether or not I'm going to make that money back. You know, if I go in $4,000, which I'm not going to do, first of all, not until I have, you know, a lot of stuff in my life that I need. But if I were to go into if I was to go $4,000 deep, do the models, do everything, get all like situated and like nice, how long is it going to take to recoup that expense? And is that expense recuperation going to be rapid or not? Because if it's rapid, if I like change my model and all of a sudden I'm taking off on YouTube and I'm taking off on Twitch and Twitter and shit like that, right? Then obviously that investment's going to be worth it because it was a turnaround time of a couple of months and my numbers doubled. But if I put that much money into it and I can't recuperate the cost in that time frame, or it takes a lot longer, then ultimately what ends up happening is the investment might not have paid off. At least not at the same degree, but I don't know that because I haven't done it, because it's a gamble. And that's a very, very, very expensive gamble that can be very dangerous.
Oh, looky, Mobius is here. That's a VIP, everyone.
How you doing, Hype? Also, hi, Mobius. Morning. What were we talking about? I'm just kind of shooting the shit. Discussing like stream improvement stuff. Mainly like I was talking about how nothing that I have right now is very cohesive. It's thematic. Everything has the same theme, but it's not cohesive in like any other way. And I was saying that I was envious of people who, like, when they start VTubing, you know, because they have a full-time job and they can put a shit ton of money into it. When they start VTubing, they have like a model color scheme, and the color scheme matches their banners below, and it matches their emotes, and it matches their sub badges, and like, and everything is like super well put together and stuff like that. And I'm just sitting here like, my stream was piecemealed. I had this and then made everything else Because like outside of the program, like the code used for chat and the emotes, I've pretty much done everything. I did the logo, I did the sub badges, I did the banners, like I've done all the thumbnails for my YouTube videos, I've done all the editing, like I've done everything. I get that. I'm sure you get to the quick season this at some point. Yeah, that's where it led into, was the thought of like, would investing in the stream be worth it, right? Would doing a model investment, doing an artist investment, like how much investment into the stream would be worth it for a turnaround? So I got into the one-sided discussion because no one's talking, but I'm just gonna yap because that's what I do. I got into is basically saying that if I were to do that, how much would come back, right? So if I spent, random numbers, $3,000 to $4,000, how long would it take for me to get the $3,000 to $4,000 back in costs? And how much benefit is it going to give me for moving up in the VTuber world, or moving up in a way that people can see me better, or I could be more recognizable, or like, you know what I mean? Because part of me is like, I want to build my channel and have a brand. And then, but the problem is if you change too much in the middle of it, you know, people might not recognize you anymore. But then you have people like Centrea who did like a rebrand in the middle, like way more popular than I was, and it actually worked out better. So I don't know. I've been overthinking lately. It's been pretty draining, and I need to have like, the thing is that when I start thinking about these things, I have a really hard time dealing with them until I finalize something, because I'll summon them in a constant state of limbo, and I'll have really bad reciprocating thoughts where I'll just keep visiting the same idea over and over and over again, keep getting to the same relative conclusion, not being content with the conclusion that I came to, and then revisiting the idea over and over and over again, right? Especially when it's a theoretical idea and not like something I can just do or not do, and it's more of a conceptual thing that I need to figure out. I end up getting in this really nasty, like, looping thought pattern of, yeah, I would like to do this, yeah, it would be beneficial, but also, yeah, it would cost me a lot of money, and I wouldn't be able to have anything else, right? And that cost isn't viable, especially right now, because I have other more important things in my life that I need to finish first. And then once those things are finished, then I can look at it. And, you know, it might come down to the point where, like, that decision is made for me because I have not enough money in my savings account once the transition to the tiny house takes place, right? But yeah, it's just one of those things where it's like my brain wants a definitive answer immediately, and I'm not giving it that, and then it's just like, well, then I'm gonna keep thinking about it until you do, and it's like, oh my fucking god, please stop. But I also haven't had time to think about it because I've been doing so much other stuff, which I'm gonna be pulling back just a little bit on, because like I said, this is only gonna be a 3-hour stream. I'm trying to get like a mental break in, because I burned real hard over the last like week over overthinking and overdoing things. You know, there was no payout, right? There wasn't a whole lot of on the other side, right? People weren't seeing what I was doing, but you know, there's a couple combinations of stuff where kind of everything popped up at once, and I wanted to do a bunch of things, and my brain went really hard on those things, and I didn't organize or rein it back enough, and I ended up basically doing too much in my brain, which, you know, leads to not as much not as much happy juice, I guess. Kind of what I'm going for. So yeah, we'll be ending at 7 p.m. Eastern to 8 p.m. Eastern. Thanks, Mobius. Yeah. It is what it is. And it's like, you know, I'm growing, but I see the plateau. Like, I can see it's like right fucking there, and I'm trying to not hit that. I know it's kind of inevitable. Everyone plateaus. Everyone does. I don't think there's a single person who hasn't, as any streamer, VTuber, or content creator. There's this weird dead valley. There's this, like, you get to this much, and then nothing happens, and then you spike up, and then nothing happens, and then you spike up, and then nothing happens, right? But and I know everyone's done it. I know it's happened to Pirate Software. You know, it happened to fucking Smitty. It's happened to pretty much any content creator. And the difference between the people who make it and the people who don't make it in this industry are the people who can get through the plateau phase. Like, if you get into the plateau phase and you burn yourself out and you haven't made yourself unique enough and you haven't made your content digestible or unique enough, you will never grow any farther than where you currently are. You will essentially spin on the same numbers. You'll rotate through new people as viewers, but you'll lose people as viewers at the same speed you gain viewers, right? And that's the plateau. So if I gain 1 or 2 viewers every month and lose 1 or 2 viewers every month, I will never grow. I'll just stay at the same rate, right? It's better than declining. Don't get me wrong. It's better than declining. But if you're not able to push through that phase, if you're not able to get to the point where you return to more people coming in than going out, you won't make it, period. And for the most part, I believe this plateau effect is essentially associated with other people in the industry, right? Your plateau will be higher if you have less competition in the space, because if you have everyone, if you're the only one in that space, you'll get all of the audience. If there's 2 people in it, you know, and your quality is worse than the other person's, then the other person will take your audience, right? So what ends up happening is your plateau, the area in which you sit at for your concurrent viewers, or the area in which you sit at for, you know, whatever it is basically the equivalency of your value add to the industry space relative to how many people are in that industry space. So if your value add is really small, i.e., you're not really separated from anyone else who's VTubing, you're not really that much different from anyone else, your personality is kind of similar, like, you know, if your value add is basically the same as a bunch of other people, well, you're going to have the same average viewer as that group of people. And as you get more popular, your value add is going to change because A, well, you're more popular, but also B, you must be doing something that other people aren't doing, and that's what's drawing an audience. So in order to get through the plateau effect of wherever you are in streaming, you essentially need to figure out a way to increase your value add into the space that you're streaming into. And in order to do that, it could be a multitude of different things. It could be a unique personality, right? It could be like IRMS. It could be a unique capability towards the game developer. Whatever it is, it needs to be something that is seen as enjoying, or it can be seen as enjoyment and entertaining in the same space. Your unique value add could just be that you have a really good model. You have a really good, like, maybe you rigged it yourself or whatever, right? You have a really good model, you have really good cohesion, like, everything is cool. And, you know, you might not be the most talkative, the most personable, you might not have the most, like, you know, technical addition, but the space in which people are existing in is really pretty and they like that, right? So that's essentially my fear, is that I'm going to get to a plateau effect and I'm not going to be able to bust out of it. Because I'm kind of hard on myself where, like, I don't have that unique thing about me that will make it go from 0 to hero, right? It's that whole, I have the opposite problem of everyone who's like, I'm the main character of my own story or whatever, right? My problem is that I know I'm not the main character. My problem is that I can't objectively see my value add into the industry because I know that there are other people who are the same as me, better than me, or worse than me, right? And I'm sitting there like, I can't see anyone in this space that I would be able to overtake just by being me, because everyone, you know, maybe it's this the way that I am, but I view everyone else as people who have potential and people who have unique personalities and unique personality types, right? So I see other people as, like, no better than myself, and I don't see myself as any better than any of those people. So I'm just, I see the plateau effect. I see everyone in the same space and I see everyone at the same level, and I'm like, how do I get above everyone else? Because that's what I need to do. If I get bigger, I'm getting above other people. So how do I do that? And I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what I am or what I can do or what I have that people will go like, yeah, I watch you because of this. So, like, or I don't watch other people because you have this, right? So for me, it's just like, God, it's fucking spooky. Because I don't need to get huge, but I need to do the things that would get me huge, right? And the reason why I need to do the things that would get me huge is because it would at least get me far enough along that line till I can get where I'm comfortable, right? Because as it stands right now, I'm not uncomfortable, but I still am worried month to month whether or not I'll have enough money to eat, right? I want to get out of that fear zone. Like, I want to get out of that zone where it's like, I don't know if I'm going to have enough money next month to eat or the month after or like whatever, right? I want to get out of that fear zone where I can at least have enough recurring income that I'd be like, okay, I can eat, right? And then I can breathe a little easier because now for my intents and purposes, I am now successful. I have now gotten to the point where I need to be successful. And then anything past that is just gravy, right? But I need to essentially push as if I'm trying to be a top 5% or a top 1% or a top 0.1%, because that's how the growth happens. You know, if you're like, yeah, I'm going to grow, I'm going to just do average amount of like, you know, engagement and advertising and growth potential. I'm just going to do an average amount. Well, you're not going to go that far because everyone is doing the average amount because it's the average amount. Like, you have to be insane. Let me just fucking say this straight out. If you want to grow as an entertainer, you have to be insane because the market is so saturated that you need to be that person who's doing an ungodly amount of work in an ungodly mental state in order to get past every other person who's just kind of like working hard at it, but not like destroying themselves over it. And the reason for that is, I mean, great example is look at the Russian Badger. Dude's a tank. Like, he's like, yeah, he openly admitted multiple times that if it's not the weekend, if it's a weekday, then I am working all day. And even when it's the weekend, I might still be working unless I'm like, I think he had a fiance. I think he's in a relationship, and he made mention that like he takes time for his relationship or whatever. But the second he wakes up to like most of the time before he goes to bed during the weekdays, he's just grinding video content. That's not normal. That's not like average work environment, right? But that's what it takes to get above everyone else, because you need to do more than everyone else. That's the working harder, right? So there's the just dump more effort into it, which is the working harder part. And then there's the working smarter part, which are the people who manipulate the existing systems to give themselves a leg up with less work. And you need to do both, right? You need to work harder and you need to work smarter than the other people in the space. And if you can do that, then you can get above everyone else. You can't do that, then you might be able to grow, but you'll never be at the top. And if you can't do both either, then you're not going to get above the entry level of that space ever. And that's the tough part, is like, I can work harder. I can stream 6 hours a day for 100 days, 200 days, 300 days, whatever, right? I can work harder, but it doesn't matter because there's someone doing the exact same thing I am, but they're smarter and they're making it, they're doing the same work, but they are more efficient at it, whether that's editing or otherwise. And they're able to make the content better, either through, you know, long form, short form, publications, like whatever. So, because ultimately in this space, I hate to admit it, and it seems kind of assholeish, you're fighting everyone else. That's just the fact of the matter. You're trying to create a product or service. You're trying to create an entertainment, a good that people enjoy more than other people's goods, right? You know, if entertainers were a physical piece of equipment, if we were all, let's say, saws, right? We were all just, you know, hand saws. Then we're all a product for viewers to go and pick up. And the one that gets bought or adopted, or the one that gets viewed, is going to be the cheapest one that works the best. And, you know, that's just always what it is. There's, of course, you know, and at least in that analogy, there's a market difference, right? There's price and like all performance and all that sort of stuff. But ultimately, the viewer is the person going out and trying to find something, and the streamer is the product. So your competition, your existence in that space goes against every other streamer and every other product every other streamer is offering. Now, there is something to be said that you're not permanently taking away from people, right? That's the beauty of the internet and in the entertainment industry specifically, is that you don't take away from others. If there's two videos on, I don't know, let's say Stardew Valley, right? If there's one video from one creator playing Stardew Valley and there's another video from another creator playing Stardew Valley, right? The user isn't going to sit there and go, which one am I going to watch? Because I'm not going to watch the other one, right? The user is going to be like, all right, I'll watch this one, then I'll watch this one. And to the algorithm, to the systems, to the people who uploaded that content, both of those views are equally valid. That one user split their purchase essentially between two products without any actual, effect other than time. So, like, as a streamer, you can essentially go like, one viewer might watch me and two other people. And then that person might be loyal to me and the two other people, right? So you still have a loyal viewer. It's now shared across different, streams. And like, that's fine. If you're streaming 2 hours a day and everyone else is streaming 2 hours a day and that person's on Twitch for 6 hours a day, they have the first person they watch, the second person they watch, and the third person they watch. And neither of those are in competition because they're not streaming at the same time, which means that each viewer or each streamer now gets that one viewer as an additional benefit to their channel. So while the available eyeballs aren't finite in a way that, like, once you have someone, no one else does, you still have to kind of compete against people in the same time slots, the same game slots, like all that other stuff, because only one person kind of realistically is going to have that pair of eyes at that time. And then if they move on, well, they're no longer on your channel, they're no longer viewing your stuff. That's, a loss of interest, right? Basically someone purchasing your product. Because for me, it's a weird like amalgamation, right? Because if you guys watch my stream or lurk in my streams or chat in my streams or interact in any way, there's a level of air quotes purchase that happens, right? There's a level of like me selling you the product of me being the entertainer. Your engagement in any way is you kind of saying like, hey, I like this entertainer, I'm going to partake in that product. Once that stops happening, that person is basically no longer purchasing your product and is now going to find someone else's product to purchase, and you need to be the better product. And there's a lot that goes around it. And then ultimately, I could speak theoretical until fucking the cows come home, but we also live in a day and age of basically trends. We live in a day and age where just as much as a audio clip, a video clip, a quote, just as much as we have those things go up in popularity immensely and then die off, it's the same thing with entertainers. You'll have entertainers skyrocket in a small amount of time and then disappear. A great example of somebody that I thought about recently, and this is only going to be for people who are like in the space, right? So the people who are aware of like streamers and stuff. There used to be a streamer called Punkalope who used to do crackhead energy YouTube shorts. I haven't seen a YouTube short from her in like months. She might still be making them. I don't know, because whatever happened, the algorithm stopped serving her to me. I haven't seen or heard about her in like 8 months or more. She went from literally no one, hit the right algorithm or the right time, and I'm not joking, skyrocketed to millions of views in a weekend. And then her following content, like, I don't know the big enough word, but 100 times or 200 times or 1,000 times or 10,000 or 100,000 times over her previous content, because I think she was getting like 2 to maybe 10,000 views, and then she started getting like 500,000 views per video because one video got served up and did really well, and YouTube ran with it and publicized it to a bunch of people outside of the space. And she went from something like 10,000 subs or less, around 10,000, to I'm pretty sure 500,000 in, I think, 2 weeks. And that's the sucky part, right? That's kind of the sucky part of this whole situation, is it doesn't really matter how much you try unless you kind of get lucky. And if you do get lucky, you better fucking hope your brand stuff is on point, because if you get, if somebody puts you on a pedestal, if a platform puts you on a pedestal, and you're not ready to be on that pedestal and capitalize on that opportunity, you are probably never getting that again. And that's mainly the spooky part about what, what I'm doing is like, I don't know what creation of mine, my YouTube short, is going to go out in the world and people are going to be like, I like this. And then, come see my content. And then nothing happens from it. I don't mean to dog on this guy, but Jam, the guy who did the VTuber logo tutorial, by the way, I love that because I got a logo out of it. The guy who did the VTuber logo tutorial got 2 million views on that video, and the next one got like 10,000. It was a one-off. It just hit the algorithm super hard, and it did really good. I don't know if they were concerned about growing in that way, but like they just didn't grow because they weren't capitalizing on that as much as they could, or it really just was a fluke, right? Where when it came to Punkalope, her content kind of fed the same thing. Right, when she was making her content, it was kind of all the same type. Right, it was all the hyperactive, crackhead energy, yada yada yada. So when one of her videos took off instantaneously, every video she uploaded after it was still kind of the same thing, and that's the reason why she kept taking off, was because the energy between the videos were consistent. Hi, Blushy. But yeah, in this space, part of it's luck. Waiting for the next one. There it is. Hi, Blushy. How was your birthday stream? It was really good. Yeah. I caught like a little sus. I mean, that makes sense. Wasn't TJ and Asuna with you? That's like TJ, Asuna, and someone else. I popped in. I mean, I was sus too. What? That's a first. I popped in for a little bit. I was only able to like, dude, I fucking, something's wrong with my head. Something's wrong with my head from the end of stream last night to this morning. So I was only able to pop in for like a little bit, and I saw it like played up, and I was like, okay, cool, she's having fun, and then I just immediately left. Ah. Hi, Chaotic, by the way. Seriously, I had people the whole time. Oh, jeez. That's still cool though. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it in the next month, but I really do need to figure out what I'm gonna do for my birthday stream, because I would love. I mean, what is it? We're 8, so we're 3 months away, right? So I would need to do everything that I did streaming wise again to get to my my birthday. So I would love to be able to try to plan something. I want to do a subathon in December. I don't have any goals or anything. I have literally nothing about it planned. I probably should start planning next month. Yeah, my birthday's the day after Christmas. Watching you plotting. I wanted to start in the beginning of December for the Dono subathon thing. The goal, honestly, primarily speaking, is that I want enough money to buy my parents like nice birthday or nice Christmas presents. Because they both have been like super taking into the face reps. They've been taking care of me like really well recently. My dad's been helping me, do the tiny home. He's giving me a spot on his property to live, like a whole bunch of stuff, right? And my mom has been like paying for most of the electricity and the heating and like a bunch of stuff in this place. So, I want to use my platform that they've enabled me to have to give back. I don't know what I'll be able to get them, but I would like to be able to do something in December where I can get them something for, you know, managing to help me and take care of me until that point. Just driving. That's why I'm playing this happy birthday soon. Oh, it's in 3 months. It's in December. Oh god. You should be wishing Plushie a late happy birthday. Her birthday was 2 days ago, I believe. And we just had a birthday yesterday who was it Zakat? I think Zakat had the birthday yesterday, right? Drink some water to get rid of the hiccups. Oh, the hiccups are already gone. Yeah. Yeah. I think it was Zakat at least. We definitely I'm pretty sure it was Zakat because Zakat came in and was like, yeah, today's my birthday and I'm watching stream or whatever, so yeah, but Plushie's birthday was on Friday. So Plushie's birthday was a couple days ago. Plushie's getting older. Plushie's getting older. Not caught up to me, obviously, but Orbital also joined us for a few Jackbox games last night. I'm old. Okay, no, you're not old. You're old for like fucking people who are on the internet who think the only people who go on the internet are like 16 to like 19-year-olds. But like that's not a thing anymore. That was a thing when I grew up. Like, because we were the generation that grew up with the internet. So like anyone who's using the internet, like who wasn't our age, had like didn't have the internet growing up and then got on the internet. So like, you know, there wasn't as many people around my age back then. Or no, there wasn't as many people older than me when I was online back then. But nowadays, like us, the generation that grew up with the internet, still exist on the internet and are most of the content creators on the internet right now. I know you are. I'm just saying. But yeah, like you go look at some of the most popular content creators on the platform, on almost any platform, they're in their early to mid 30s. Because we grew up with the internet. So we got big. Because we grew up with the internet. We were the first ones in, right? Now, that's not to say there aren't people coming up who are younger. Because there's like a rotation of generations, right? You'll have the people who grew up with it, the people who watched others' content while they were growing up with it, who then went into the platform. But yeah. Half of the people I was playing with last night were in the age range you said. Yeah, exactly. It's exactly it. That's just what it is now, right? We'll die off though. Not literally, but like we will stop existing because there will be points of our lives that we're going to move into where the internet is just not going to be as big of a deal. But you know, honestly though, if gaming goes downhill far enough, I think my generation is just going to be like, nah, dude, I'm fucking good. It's just become a cesspool. Like we didn't have quote unquote the algorithm when we grew up. There were algorithmic like tendencies and stuff, but for the most part, there was no financial benefit of having them. So it was really focused on user experience. And now that there's a financial benefit to having them, everyone's content just kind of sucks. It's however many ads or however many product placements or however much data they can collect, like all that sort of stuff. It's a nightmare now. In my generation, well, we had the better internet. Like I'm not joking. We had the better internet. Maybe outside of Amazon Prime, but other than that, our internet was way better when we were growing up. Nowadays, it's a cesspool of fucking how much death, destruction, and bad news can they fit on your timeline to try to keep you engaged on the platform so they can collect more of your data and serve you more ads. Like, it's not good. Same with gaming. Now, what I will say is that while I personally think publications gaming, games that were published from large publishers, were better back in 2012 and before, I will say this current generation, this current iteration of gaming in the last like 5 years or wherever we are, has had a much wider horizon of games. I think overall the published games have become absolute garbage, but what we have nowadays that I didn't have growing up, or you know, back then rather, is that we have indie games, and computers are like way more affordable for their performance. You know, like back when I was a kid, if you were buying a console, you could not find a computer at a console cost. No way, dude. No way. They were easily twice the cost. But nowadays, we have the whole, like, you know, what could you build for the price of a console? Because computers became so ambiguous and big, populated throughout or given throughout a population. Dispersed. I don't ambiguous between. Nah, that's not right. Anyway, but because the population had so much access to computers now, there's so much used parts. It's a way bigger industry. Good things are coming down in cost. You know, that sort of things. That now you can legitimately just completely forgo getting a console and just buy a $500 computer and play computer games and be fine. We didn't have that when we were growing up, so we were stuck on consoles. But now that kids have that kind of option, dude, the indie game industry is fucking ballooning because the AAA developers they're fucking up left and right, because what they were used to was it didn't matter what they did to their game because there were no alternatives for your game because you were such a big developer, you had so much money and like all this other stuff, right? And now what's happening is there's so many other indie games, there's so many other platforms, there's so many other games getting rotated. Nice. That you can't do that to your player base anymore because people are just going to be like, fine, I'm going to leave. I'm going to leave and I'm going to go play BattleBit. I'm going to leave. I'm going to play Delta Force. I'm going to leave. I'm going to go play whatever other fucking clone game some indie studio
Ads are going to start in a couple of minutes.
Came up
Please
with.
Be patient.
I'm going to go play those instead. And now that industry is fumbling because they can't wring their player base dry of money anymore because we have so many game options. And that's making the indie dev industry explode, which I'm all for. I love indie devs. I love them to death. I wish them nothing but the best because it's all passion, mostly all passion. I can get a starter pre-built from Best Buy for like $300 to $500, and while an Xbox Series X brand new is $49.99. Yeah, you want to know why? Because consoles are computers. Consoles are computers that are sold at a loss. They're a loss leader. And if you want to know what a loss leader is, you can go look it up. But they're a loss leader to sell you games at $60, $70, $80. Because that's where that industry got their money from. Any game that wanted to go on the publication for that device needed to get approved, and then every sale gets a cut that gets sent to the studio, or not the studio, that gets sent to essentially the game company, right? So it's the same thing with Steam. You make a game, you put it on Steam, Steam gets a 30% cut of every sale, right? But Steam doesn't have a hardware device they need to sell for that to happen. Everyone buys their own computers. That's why Steam is so profitable. But back in the day, you know, what we used to do with consoles is you used to sell consoles at a loss, then recoup that loss on all the games that they would produce and make and sell. Well, apparently they gave up on that idea. but also, like, there's a whole bunch of other stuff. I'm not going to get into the economics about it too much. But yeah, you know, it's not that gaming consoles got worse and their costs increased. It's the other end. It's that PC in general became such a needed thing between school, work, whatever, that everyone started getting them, and it flooded the market with money, and things were able to go down in cost because it became a much bigger market, so that companies could sell more products at a lower rate to make it more accessible to people. It's just kind of how it trended. So, you know, PCs came down in cost, while consoles, for the most part, kind of stayed the same. Howdy, hi, Amy. We love indie devs. To be honest, the saddest thing for me was the fall of EA and becoming everything it swore to destroy, literally. Yeah, I mean, EA and Blizzard, both kind of just fucking... I mean, the biggest issue is always going to come down to money. It will always be money. Always. Until money is not a problem, until money is not a concern or a focus for gaming, and the larger industry, it will never recover. Just straight up won't. Ubisoft, Blizzard, yeah. Because the reason why it won't is it's very much so like race to the bottom. And what I mean by this is that when we get products, by the way, I changed that message. So if anyone saw that and went, what the fuck is that? I changed it this stream. When we get products from these companies, we have to pay the directors, we have to pay the riggers, we have to pay the art team, we have to pay the story team, we have to pay the blah 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 and the blah 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 and the blah 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 and the blah blah blah, right? Because they're jobs and they need the money. Makes sense, right? Everyone knows about that. Total common knowledge. When you pay for an indie game, something like Power World, something like Valheim, there's a very high probability that the developers of those games, they didn't work for a company that was paying them. They didn't get money at all. As a matter of fact, they might have been working a completely separate job to subsidize that. So when they make the game and they publish the game, to them, it's not about paying back what they need to live, paying back what they owe themselves. No. It's about getting a game out into the world, getting their names known, and making that one game that gives them enough money so they can be set for the rest of their life. You can't do that as a big publisher because you have legal obligations to pay your staff. So what that ends up meaning is that indie games are gonna be almost, like, if the tools get good enough for indie devs, you're not going to be able to compete with them. Not unless they shoot themselves in the foot. Because indie developers are just going to be like, I just want to make a game out of passion and sheer fucking force of will. Like Undertale. I'm just going to do it. And, I'm going to eat fucking ramen for the next year or like whatever they need to do. And then they're going to make that game and they're going to put it out there and it's going to be amazing. Why is it going to be amazing? Because they don't have the ability to put in microtransactions and all this other large corporation stuff because they need the game to sell. They can't sell it based on existing names or existing like, oh, it's from EA, it's going to be good. Oh, it's from Blizzard, it's going to be good. Oh, blah, 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 right? They need word of mouth to spread the game. They need people to self-advertise for the game. They need the game to be so remarkable that people will talk about it. And in a good way, not in a, this game sucks because it has a storefront for the, for the rest of the game. I genuinely believe, it's still going to be difficult, right? It's still going to take time, but I feel like we're going to see a lot of asset flip games or like games that use a lot of pre-made assets that are just really good. Because there's going to be a lot of people who are like, well, I'm not really an artist.
Welcome back from ads.
But my game theory is sound, right? I'm not really good at making pretty things, but I can make a damn good game. And those people are going to make games. And those games are going to be fucking amazing. And everyone's going to play it for a couple of months. And then, it might die off. Or, it'll spike and then it'll plateau much lower for 3 or 4 or 5 years or whatever. But the thing is that the more accessible that technology becomes, the more people are going to do it. The more people are going to do it, the higher the likelihood that every other week or every other month or every month, when you go online, there's going to be some new breakout indie game. And you're going to be like, fuck yeah, I'm going to go play that breakout indie game. And you're going to play it for a couple weeks. You'll go and do something else. You'll go back online and there's another breakout indie game. And you're going to be like, I'm going to go play that one. And that cycle is going to keep happening. More people are going to keep making games. More people are going to be able to make games because the tools are easier. More people are going to publicize games. More games are going to break out. And there's just going to be a massive spike in competition in the gaming space. Because there kind of wasn't a decade ago. We had the Halo series and the Call of Duty series and the Splinter Cell series and Warcraft. And like we had probably less than 20 or even maybe less than 15 like big name games that were rotating through content or whatever, right? from like 2000 and I don't know, 2004 to like 2018, 2019, like we had a specific platform, right? So either Nintendo or PlayStation or Xbox, right? They all had their own kind of cluster of games they just held on to. For instance, if we did Nintendo, we could do like Splatoon and Brawl and Legend of Zelda and Mario and Pokemon. Yeah. You know how many games we've gotten in each of those? Quite a number of them. And they just kind of been the same thing over and over again. And like, that's fine, but that's not competition. That's just the same shit over and over again. And then like in Halo, like we get, I think it was like the Gears series, or in Xbox, we got like Gear series and like Halo and like all that shit. They just took the games and kept making more of the same games. Same thing with PlayStation. Like with their story driven games or otherwise, right? So like you end up in these thanks, Bushy. You end up in these cycles where you just get the same game over and over again because it's what makes the studio money, or it makes what the company money, or whatever, right? And there's no competition. Well, now that gaming production has become easier and more people are getting into it, you can't keep riding the same game over and over again, because a game like Fortnite will come out, a game like PUBG will come out, a game like Valheim will come out, a game like BattleBit will come out, a game like Raft will come out, a game like Subnautica will come out. You can't run that treadmill anymore. You just can't, because if your game isn't captivating enough, if it's not keeping people playing it, there are so many other options now for gamers. They're just gonna leave, like me. I stopped playing Overwatch for 4 years. Overwatch 2 got announced. I played it for a year and a half, roughly, and it pissed me off to the point where I stopped playing it. And I'm fine with that, because I've got the First Descendant. I've got Once Human. You know, I've got fucking Helldivers. I've got Cult of the Lamb. I played Mecha Breakpoint. I've played Elden Ring. You got, like, we're no longer in this, like, well, there's no other fun games to play. I just have to keep beating my face into this, right? And game companies, larger game companies, I don't think are starting to realize this. Well, I think they are starting to realize this. I think they're starting to realize it, like, too late. Like, your numbers are going down. Your profit, your income is going down. Why? Because no one gives a shit anymore. I heard the First Descendant. Yes. Your games are no longer fun enough to play to warrant you selling me something. I think that's for this whole conversation when it comes to the gaming industry yet again, because I can't apparently get off of this topic. The biggest takeaway that the game industries need to do, the biggest takeaway that massive publishers need to understand, is you cannot sell me anything in your game if your game is not fun. Because now I have so many other options I can go to. If I don't like your game, I'm not giving you any fucking money. So if you make a game whose entire purpose is to be a storefront to sell cosmetics, I'm not going to give you any money for your cosmetics, because I'm not going to play your fucking game, because I have so many other games I can go play now. Bye. And they're like, well, wait, you can't do that. That's illegal. Like, wait a minute. You guys, this worked like 6 years ago. Why is this no longer working? Because we have indie devs. Because we have fucking indie devs. Because indie developers are like, yeah, I made this game. It's $10 and it's like 20 hours of content. Have fun. And there's so many of those games out there. There's so many of those games that it is now so saturated that people can legitimately just drop AAA games and fill everything in that void with rotating through indie developed games or AA dev games. And now those bigger studios are like, wait, what the fuck? What's happening? It's like, there are more options, bitch. Welcome to competition. The space has finally started getting enough competition. Now, we can primarily, thank large distribution platforms like Steam. Thank you, Steam. Because without a single large distribution platform, you would just have the same thing we've always had, or we would have gone towards the publisher distribution platform, right? Where, oh, every fucking EA wants Origin and Ubisoft with Connect and fucking Fortnite or Epic Games with their launcher, right? Remember the time where every publisher had their own launcher and every publisher wanted to distribute games on their own launcher, and like everyone wanted to be Steam? And then, you know, EA went, okay, we can't support this anymore, we're going back to Steam. Like, Steam is one of the sole reasons that these indie developers can provide a game at all, because, you know, if you're an indie dev, right, what are you going to do? Build a fucking website and host all of the data transfer costs yourself? Yeah, right. Your game takes off in popularity, you need to shut the servers down because now you can't handle the cost of distributing the game files. Right? Steam has been such a massive benefit for indie developers of just like, here's my game. And Steam will go, okay. And then when your game gets obscenely popular because one fucking dude with 30,000 concurrent viewers on Twitch started playing it and went, hey, this is really fun, and 30,000 people immediately saw that and all whacked the Steam servers at the same time to download the game, Steam can go, yeah, I can handle that. But you and your server, if you had to make it, yeah, good luck. So, yeah, that's it. And that's what we've come to. Massive game publishers are trying to make money treadmills where give me your money, give me your money, give me your fucking money, and you can play a little bit of the game. And people are going, I'm not giving you any money because your game's fucking boring now. Or your game's predatory, or I don't feel good playing your game. Like, your game can be fun, but I don't feel good playing your game. Fuck it, I'm gonna go do a different game where I feel good playing it. And now I'm not gonna give you my money and I'm leaving, right? The weird, there's this thing about whales, right? In the gaming industry, there's called whale hunting. It's a very real thing. It's a very, like, how do we psychologically manipulate people into spending a shit ton of money? And how do we make it so that people who do spend a shit ton of money can, like, feel good about spending a shit ton of money, right? A great example of that is League of Legends with the Ahari skin or whatever, like that $500 skin, or Apex Legends with their heirlooms, or I'm sure there's a Valorant fucking bundle out there that's obscenely priced, right? There are literally techniques in psychological manipulation that companies are trying to do in order to get people to spend an obscene amount of money, and the people who do spend the obscene amount of money, they want to keep. And they want to be able to make those people feel like they got the biggest dick or the biggest tits around to make them feel like putting that money into that game to them was beneficial in some way. And we're getting to the point where even the whales don't want to do that anymore. Even the people who dump thousands of dollars into games are like, dude, your game's just not fun. I'm not having fun with the game. I don't even care about showing off my shit anymore. Like, I'm good. Yeah, I don't know what's gonna fix it. I genuinely don't. I think we're heading to a crash in the gaming market. Like we're gonna have a bunch of games that are gonna flop really hard because development studios have gone into this, like, or not dev studios, sorry, publishers who own dev studios have gone to this weird fucking cycle of make a shitty game, sell solutions to the shitty game, and make that in the store, and then make the game public, right? I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I don't see the First Descendant lasting a year. I don't see the First Descendant lasting more than 8 months, honestly. It looks like it looks like and feels like a game engine tech demo in Unreal. Sure, the bosses are kind of cool and the fights are kind of cool, like for the bosses, and that's kind of it. But I don't feel like it has any sticking power because I don't feel like it really resonates with anyone. It doesn't resonate with anyone. Yeah, people play the game and grind the game and they're like doing it because like it's something to do, right? But no one is not gonna have a cult following, right? It's not You're not gonna have a bunch of people who are like, yeah, man, and the First Ascendant story is amazing, and the characters are awesome, and the gear is super cool, and like the abilities are really awesome, and like it's got a whole diverse cast. No, no. The First Ascendant is literally, haha, pretty women shoot gun. That's it. In my opinion. That's it. Yeah. It's pretty women shoot gun. Pretty women in skin tight clothing that are showing off skin shoot gun. And then you continue to shoot gun until you get better gun to shoot. I don't shoot gun as the character I play. Well, yeah. Are you running around as Bunny just hitting V and running in circles going zip zap? But that's kind of what that game comes down to. Luna. Okay. The new one. Okay. So like there's I don't feel like there's a real connection people have with the game. Just the rhythm game as their abilities. Okay, that's pretty funny. But like if you take a game, because the long and short of it is I feel like Final Fantasy 14, Warframe, First Descendant, games like that are kind of similar. And you have an MMO, you do things, you go fight raid bosses, you go fight big bosses, you go collect shit, right? There's such a quality difference between something like Warframe and Final Fantasy 14 and the First Descendant. There's this feeling, and I want to coin a term for it, and I don't know if there is or not, but there is a genuine feeling that a player feels when they feel like a dev studio or publisher or whatever has put like genuine love and care into the game. There's something about a game, there's something about the way the actions are, or the animations are, the menu system is, or the play, or the audio, like the way that the audio is. There's always something genuine about a game that you can just feel like the developers have put stuff into it. It's kind of having heart. Like you walk into the game space and you just know that there was a vision that they wanted, that they pursued with like dedicated intent, and continued to pursue with dedicated intent. And I can tell you, Helldivers is a very great example of a game that went out and went, we have a mission we want to do, we have a specific style we want to do, we have a specific way that we want this game to play, we have a specific theme that we want this game to be like, and like that's our game, right? You have Warframe, same thing. I mean, fuck, even Destiny had something like that. Destiny had heart until, the publishers kept fucking it up. But I felt like even in Destiny, there was this I could feel like the developers were still trying to do something with it, and they just kept getting fucked over. Final Fantasy 14, all of these other games, like you get into the world, it's very cohesive. It's very, very similar. But man, I got into the First Descendant, and I'm like, this game feels like its entire existence was around endgame. It didn't care about you. It didn't care about the story. It didn't care about the development of it. Like, it feels like the entire purpose of the game was to get you into a state of endgame where you can just only like your primary purpose is to just get to endgame, so that way you don't worry about content, or story or anything like that. Like, the only thing that's for you is grind, get bigger numbers, get more things. Grind, get bigger numbers, get more things, right? And I can tell you a different Korean game that did that. Terra Online. Same fucking thing. Didn't give a shit about the story, didn't give a shit about the open world, didn't give a shit about any of it. Not after it went free to play, at least. What they wanted to do was they wanted to get new players as fast to endgame as they possibly could, so that way they could buy the cosmetic items, buy the RNG loot boxes that would give you better armor. That's all they cared about. They just wanted to rush you to endgame. Another game did that. Maple Story 2. Same thing. They made it super easy to level up and super easy to blow through the main content so they could get you to the end game. Both of those games were Korean, and both of those games are now shut down. I saw the armors being ported to Skyrim and I never wanted anything to do with Terra. It's like that's what I mean when I look at the game and I'm like, you're gone in 8 to 12 months. Your numbers are gonna plummet. And like people are just not gonna be interested in it anymore. Luna's abilities is a music gun that if you have to shoot notes on beat, or if you have her DPS build Transcendent module, she does AoE instead. So you just run around hitting notes and beats and do damage around you. That's literally like, okay. I will say that's a unique take. I think that's kind of fun. It's like a different way of doing it. That's cool. They just looked at Warframe and in D2 and took bits of them and kind of smashed them together. I mean, yeah, it feels that way. It's like the Sound Horde Blade in Monster Hunter World. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. That's kind of that's exactly what I was thinking of. It's like yeah, it's exactly like the Sound Horde. That's exactly it. And you know, as a player, I can feel that like desire. I can feel that like intention in a game within like 10 hours of playing it. And I will say, for anyone who was around yesterday who was watching, Mecha Break kind of feels like one of those games where it's like, yeah, they kind of knew what they were doing. Mecha Break seems like fun. It seems like it has a design intent. It seems like they have a specific way of doing things that they had to work around different abilities of different characters. They wanted a fly character, so they needed the sky limit to be high enough, and they needed the maps to be big enough to warrant mobility, but they also needed small enough maps to warrant tank defenses and stuff like that. So like it's kind of a great, it's okay. So one of the ways you can figure out whether or not a game has heart is how much of the world is built around what the players can do. How much of the world is built around the feature set of the players, right? So, for instance, if every single time you play a game and you fight a boss in a completely open room, that's just an open room, and all of your characters have all these weird different abilities and they can all do this stuff, but there's nothing about the abilities that make them so unique that the world needs to be constructed around them. A great example, like, okay, just imagine with me here. All of your characters have movement abilities and agile abilities and like all that sort of stuff, right? So you're all playing on just an open playing field and there's a single boss in the middle and all the abilities do stuff on the ground, right? That game developer is never going to add an ability like a grappling hook that can get you to high ground. Why? Because there's no map that has high ground, right? There's no map that features that thing to enable the ability on the player. So they won't ever add that, right? And then if you play a different game, so that's that game, right? And then you compare it to a different game where you have characters who specifically, you know, shoot through walls, and then there's characters who grapple, and then there's characters who make fortifications, and there's characters like yada 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 yada, right? List goes on, right? You'll see map design around giving the person who can grapple high ground. So now when you make a map, you are going to put high ground into it, right? You're going to see designs around thin wall sections, so the person who can shoot through the walls with an ability can do that, right? You're going to see areas that are relatively closed off, so people with the barrier tech can barrier the entire wallway. You'll see very specific design intention in the map design based around the characters that are in the game. So when you don't see that map design, when you don't see that intention in the creation of the game, where they don't really need to care about what they're giving their players, all of the maps work, it's all fine. There's like this weird just generalization between stuff. There's nothing is specialized, nothing is fun or unique because everything it does is the same. Thank you for that, Bats. To that point, that changes between games, right? You're not gonna have too much of a crazy map design in Valorant, right? You're not gonna have too much of a crazy map design in like these TAC games, because for the most part, yeah, they're all kind of similar, right? They all do this and they'll do that, right? The design intention with those games is this gun can shoot through this, that gun can't shoot through that. How do we make the map so it can do that, right? Their design intention is this grenade bounces this far, this grenade throws this far, right? How do we make the map so that this person can do this action and it will land in the spot that it needs to land in, right?
The master of Pokemon has entered the chat.
Those design intentions are very specific, but I feel like in games like the First Descendant, I don't feel as a new player, as a new player experience, when I get into that game, I don't feel that map design. I don't feel that specific intention of the developers. I feel like you guys just slapped a bunch of shit together, added some spaces so I could jump over and said go. I was like, this what? Like, this doesn't feel cohesive. Like, it's just, I don't get that sense of heart from that game. And flipping that on its head, Once Human kind of a bit is in the other direction. When I played Once Human, I was like, man, the UI system is really cool, and like the thanks for the face drops. The UI system is really cool, and like you can move bases and shit, so you don't have to worry about leaving bases behind. And like, I feel like when I'm out in the open world, it's a perfect level of like ammo economy, and like I can manage my health, and like all the systems seem to work together really nicely, and like all that sort of stuff. The story just kind of feels like ass. Don't get me wrong, it's an MMO, so kind of like most stories happen like that. But Once Human kind of feels like they had a very specific design, a very specific intention, and they want to do that, and I can feel that as a player. Not so much in TFT. Not so much. Yeah, hi guys. That might be fair, Delta. I just like the shoot. Oh no, 100%. 100%. I totally get it. And it's just frustrating to me, and the reason hello, it's me. The reason why it's frustrating to me is because I like, now let me be specific. I like people for face webs. I like specific people, and I don't like watching people fall prey to playing a game where I feel like the game was maliciously designed or absent-mindedly designed, or designed in such a way that I don't feel like it gives players what they deserve when they put the time into playing the game. Now, on the flip side of that, if Plushie's having fun playing TFD because Plushie's having fun playing TFD, and like, yeah, there's a bunch of skin-tight bunny chicks running around and that's what the game is propped up on and it's going to go away in 8 months, then like, hey, get the fun out of it while you can, because it won't be around. The only problem with that is like, I just don't want people to pay into it, like I don't want people to lose money permanently because the PNG shit or the FBX, which is a 3D model file that you bought, just stopped existing because the game developers or the publisher was like, well, the game's not popular enough, so we're just gonna close it down. They haven't distanced themselves far enough from Warframe or Destiny. Yeah, and that could be a good thing or a bad thing. Haven't spent any money on the game, but my boyfriend has for me. That's pretty funny. I'm not TFT, TFD. It's different. I just don't like. This for me, there's a weird level of like, there's a weird, like, for me, there's a weird perception of like microtransactions. Just a quick question. How do you have chat overlaid? I've tried everything on OBS and for some reason nothing works. Mine's a web browser. My chat's a web browser. It links into a Stream Elements web source and it just goes on top of all of the other ones. So like you have a list of stuff and the stuff at the top appears on top of everything. I can't hear. Oh no, Tank, don't worry about it. You're fine. Yeah, I have this weird like, I don't I don't know how to say it. Okay. I do not like microtransactions. I do not like spending money on games. Plushie. I don't like spending money on games where you're not getting a return in entertainment. Okay. When you buy a game, you're buying entertainment, right? When you're spending money on a game, in my opinion, you should be getting back entertainment value. Something that you can do, something that you can participate in, that you spend time doing and getting value out of that, right? So cosmetic microtransactions never sit right with me. Unless you're supporting the developers, totally different case. But it's like, when you walk away from the game, what do you have when you spend that money? Because you didn't get an experience. You didn't buy an experience. You didn't get a DLC or an expansion or something to play. You just got something to look at. And when you walk away from the game, you no longer have that thing to look at. If you buy an experience, when you walk away from the game, you bought the experience. You did your hour or two in it, and you're like, yeah, that was cool. And then you walked away, and now you have the memory of doing it. But skins are only valuable to you when you play the game. And I feel like that's kind of like the psychological advantage that they're taking over on people, where they're like, well, if they buy skins, they'll want to play the game more. So let's just sell skins instead of experiences, so we force people to come back because there's sunk cost fallacy, so they can play with their skin. I can see there's a good game in there, but it's covered. And yeah, I think so. Chaotic, I think what you're seeing is you're seeing the mechanics, like you're seeing the raw number stuff, right? You're not looking at the skins or the maps or anything like that. You're just looking at, well, if this does this and that does that. That's kind of cool. I like that. And then you look at what it's underneath and you're like, never mind. I know this might be random, but could you show your OBS tab just so I can see how the scene is set? Because I've tried stream elements as well and it didn't work for some reason. Yeah, it's just placed on top. My recommendation, guy, is make a new scene that's completely empty. Set like a green, white, or black background, or just an empty scene, and try to get your chat loaded into a completely empty scene with nothing else, because there could just be something wrong with the chat browser source itself. It could also be the way it's positioned or like whatever. It might be something like that, for instance, like mine might not be specifically positioned in the same area, but for the most part, if you're gonna debug something like that, you're gonna want to like make a new scene. Just put the chat in that new scene and see if you can figure out what's wrong with the chat, if it's chat, because then it's not about your OBS setup, then it's something about that specific browser source. Don't look at my Valorant balance. We don't talk about the Valorant balance. Didn't think a convo about gaming could get so deep. Oh no, it's gaming very much so is a psychological thing. Always has been, and I think for a long time will be. It'll be more mechanical once we start doing VR stuff and like we have full body tracking and all that. But for gaming industries in general and consumers, yeah, it's all about it's all about psychology. It's all about how much money can we extract from a player base. Take it. I'll try and tell you what happens. Okay, sounds good. Skins equal wins, right? And there's a difference of like I've played this game for 100 hours. I'll buy like a $20 skin or whatever. All right, that's excusable because it's more like I'm enjoying the game, and I'm just gonna buy something that will let me enjoy the game more, right? But there's a there's a big limit to that, and the limit is also very, very small. Especially when it comes down to, let me put it this way. You buy 5 skins for a character, right? Well, I can tell you, you're not using all 5 skins at the same time. You're using 1 skin.
Oh!
For every minute you're using one of those skins, hi beta, you're not using the other 4. Which means they're now invaluable. They have no value because you're not using them. They'll have value when you put them on, and they might have value just by existing, but you're not using them. And that gets worse with the more skins you buy.
For every delta, there's a
Let me have
beta,
my
I
skins.
think.
Oh, it's so unfortunate. It's so unfortunate. Because the whole point of companies selling skins is that they know it doesn't give you any value outside of the game. And they want you to come back to play the games to use your skins, even if you don't like the game. And that's one way that they're keeping people playing the games, even if the games aren't that good, is because they're giving them content that is only useful or only provides an experience or only provides any value if you're playing the game. That's why the PvE isn't happening in Overwatch. That's why missions are no longer happening in Overwatch. Those experiences, yeah, not worth it. They don't keep people coming back. They don't keep people engaged with the game. And they're too expensive. I can't believe I tuned into the discussion like this while debating to buy a new skin. Yep. Yeah, basically my point was when you spend money on a game, you should get entertainment value in return. Skins are not entertainment value. Skins are literally just, I want to look pretty. And when I close the game off, or when I shut the game down, you don't have an experience from that game that was booned by having the skin. You just now no longer get to use the item you bought. And that's it. When people buy DLC for a game, right? Back in the old days, you were buying a new map. You were buying a new thing, right? So you could play on and you could have a new experience playing on the new map. Or you buy a character and you could have a new experience in the game with the character. But skins don't give you shit. Skins make you look pretty. You could mod your game and put texture files and replace texture files and get the same value. Skins are just a really cheap way for companies to try to keep you in the game. And also, for some reason, make money while doing so. I made a completely new scene, used my Stream Elements chat browser tab and the OBS browser for the source, and nothing showed up. I typed in chat on my phone and nothing came through. Mainly, I am trying so hard to do this because I don't have a second monitor. I have multiple monitors, but only one HDMI port. Yeah, absolutely. Well, if you're typing into the chat and it's not popping up on OBS, and you did the browser source and stuff like that, that means there might be something up with your browser source. I want to be pretty. But do you already have skins that make you pretty? Because the other counterpoint was the more skins you buy, the more skins you're not using when using one of them. I think that really confuses me though is that Fashion Fame is Endgame. Okay, but Fashion Fame is a different story because you don't have to spend real money in Warframe to get those items most of the time, because the thing that Warframe does right is that their paid for currency can be traded. That's what they do right, and that's fine. But in games like Valorant, in League of Legends, CSGO, any other one of those games, no, you're paying up. You're paying real money. You're paying real money for those textures that took the game developers all of maybe a week to do. I had an overlay that works and has chat in it, right? So I made a copy of the overlay, removed everything but the chat, and then the chat didn't work. Are you in OBS or Streamlabs OBS? We don't talk about CSGO. Yeah, it's a not good thing for the game industry. They're not selling experiences anymore. They're just trying to make the things that you play pretty. And it's getting even worse. Just regular OBS. Okay. It's getting even worse because what they're doing nowadays is the same thing that they're doing what they did with the gameplay experience, right? So what they used to do and still currently do is they will, instead of making an operation take 1 minute of time, they'll make the operation take 10 minutes of time and then sell you something for 10 cents that then turns it down to 1 minute. Games are actually legitimately being made worse so they can sell you solutions to the game. Let me say that again. game developers are making worse games, so you will pay them to get a gameplay experience you should have already gotten in the game that you bought or in the game that you downloaded. Not only do they get to make them worse, they also get to earn a profit from it. Whoa! Like, and you're only incentivizing it by giving them the money instead of just leaving. Oh, it's bad. I'm the audience they're selling to. Yeah. The thing is like, I'm not against people doing it. People could spend their money however they want, however they earn it, whoever they are, whatever, right? I'm against the psychological manipulation and reasoning behind why companies are doing these things, right? I'm the type of person who's like, oh, I'm sorry, you want me to spend $500 on the skin, but me playing your game for $500 for 500 hours, adding to your queue time, making queues faster, giving a gameplay experience to other players, being social in the game, that's not worth anything to you? Like, I can't climb or I can't do anything to earn those skins. I have to give you $500. Fuck you. And that's why we're having a mass exodus from Overwatch. There's no reason to play the game. Outside of the very core gameplay loop, there's no reason to play the game. You can't progress literally anything in the game. There's no progression in the game, period. Outside of co-op. That's it. There's no progression. Like, it's crazy. I love the holding hands. Yeah, it's great. Okay, so you want, if you have a scene and it has a chat in it and you take everything out of the scene, the chat stops working. My recommendation is you can go online and you can find just chat modules, right? They're just specific chat modules that you can load into Stream Elements or whatever. And then you can get the overlay URL. And essentially what it is in Stream Elements, you have a whole bunch of overlays and stuff like that. You can make one overlay with the chat in that overlay and just grab that one overlay's URL address and then use that. Yeah. I want to keep holding hands. No, unfortunately, it costs money, and it goes on cooldown, I think. But yeah, the monetization of games is really aggressive, and you know what? It's just gonna drive more people towards indie games, and I'm not gonna get back on that repetitive thought loop. But yeah, the fact that a catalyst in the first Descendant is around $20 is stupid. You can farm them, but the main drop chance is ass. Bingo. Because you have the illusion of choice. And that's another trick that game companies will use. You have the illusion of choice, in which, yeah, you could get it, but two things. A, they could be manipulating the drop chance behind closed doors, which means it says 6%, but it's not 6%. And B, the other thing that they could be doing is that, like, they could be specifically tying that behind a lockout of time. I see you. Whereas, like, oh yeah, it's a 6%, but you know, it's behind a 24-hour lockout. You can only try it once a day, right? But first of all, you know, you run into the issue of it's actually 3% and they're lying to you, because of course they can do that, because if they're not based out of like North America, then they don't have to worry about laws in general. And then on top of that, it's 3% per day. So you get this weird curve. I don't want to go into the math right now because I can't remember it off the top of my head. If it's 3 per day and you do it 30 days at a 3% chance, you would think, well, I'm close to 100% chance, but it's not. That's not actually how it works. Most of the time you can stack on another double the amount or something like that in order to get close to 100% chance, because as the curve increases in attempts, the drop chance falls off. You can never guarantee 100%. You could do 3 million runs and still not get it. It's like a 99.9999999999999% chance you'll get it, but you could still roll at 0.00000000001 that you don't get it. So you never reach 100. It's a weird curve, but essentially, even if you had a 3 or 6% chance it's locked behind 24 hours, right? It would take you a month or a month and a half or 2 months or whatever before you would actually ever get it. and then the character got nerfed and now it's no longer worth having, right? So it's not worth it. Okay, an example, Souls RNG on Roblox, they use stuff like 1 in 69 million chance for a specific aura, and it's obviously a much higher chance, so it kept players coming back to the game. Interesting. I will say that you have to buy a cat in Warframe or it's an alert. It's only like 50p, which isn't hard if you trade. Yeah, I have a cat. I have a cat in that game. I have a cat in Warframe. I think I got it on an alert. I don't think I paid for it. And like I said, stuff like that is really important. I don't want to diss it too much. Illusion of choice isn't good, but having it in game, having it farmable at all, is really, really important, because you need to give your players the opportunity to be able to do stuff like that. Maybe your player gets lucky, gets it on the 5th run, super happy. It only took them 5 days. That's great. That will allow them to feel like, well, I can do stuff in this game and I can advance in this game. Swiping your credit card is not advancement. Like, pay to win is not fun, because pay to win isn't literally you don't play the game. You just give them money and then they put powerful things on your character. And congratulations, you didn't get to do all of the things that it would take to get there. You were literally shortcutting yourself to a point in the game where you're going to be like, wow, I'm way stronger, and now I'm bored. Because all the stuff that I was going to do to get here was going to be the game I was going to play, and now I got here, and I got all the power, and I have nothing to do. Why would I pay to play less of a game? Exactly. Most people want to play the game and earn the reward through playing because it's the fucking game. You know what I mean? But companies don't do that anymore, because companies are like, well, you know, they'll pay for progression, right? They'll pay to not play the game because they want to be the most powerful, because they don't want to, you know, feel like they can't do anything. Oh god. Don't even get me started on the mobile games. Those fucking mobile games that start you off, right? And you're like really strong and you're blasting pew 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 and you're going through shit and you're having a good time and you're like, wow, this game is really cool and really well balanced and it's a lot of fun, and look at these guns, I'm getting these awesome guns, I'm having fun. And then whack, exactly at the 10-hour play mark, you hit a brick fucking wall and you're like, nothing you're doing is working. You've been grinding for hours. You've been getting these minuscule upgrades, these tiny drop chances, and you just can't get through this next boss. And then the fucking window comes up and it says $5.99 for a premium package. Boost your item level to level 82. And you're at level like 50. And it's like, you fucking assholes. You fucking dingleberries. The reason why you did this was because you wanted a sunk cost fallacy for me to put time into your game, so when you put this wall up, I would be incentivized to give you the $5 to get through the wall. I fell for it 1 or 2 times when I was younger, and I played a game and it tried doing it again, and I'm like, fuck you, because you know what's behind that wall? You want to know what's behind that fucking wall? It's a second wall. Because I pay to get through this first wall, and I'll get another 20 hours of playtime, and you're going to put up a third fucking wall that I'm going to have to pay to get through. And I just stopped playing those games. That's it. I haven't seen too many of those games, but they're still out there. Warframe and Destiny are old and took some time to get where they are. The first Descendant is new, but it's a mess. It seems more like a cash grab. And I don't want to deter people from playing it. Yeah, that's the whole thing. It's like, play it. Oh, you want to know my favorite thing to do? Oh, fuck yeah, play it. Oh, play it all day long. Play it all day long. Send it to your friends. Get your friends to play. And make sure no one spends a dime. Just know what you're doing at that point? Oh, you're costing them a fuck ton of money. Oh, you're costing them so much money. If every person played a free-to-play game and didn't spend a dime on it, you know how fucking fast those games would go down? Oh, real fast. Oh, real fast. So yeah, go ahead. Play the games. Have fun with the games. Sure. Sink some time into it. Maybe give them $1 or $2. Whatever. Don't pay them. Unless they're worth it, don't pay them. That's simple as it is. Doesn't matter if you play the game. What matters is if money exchanges hands. Burn their server resources. Eat up their network bandwidth. Do whatever the fuck you want. Cost them money. Make what you do on their server cost them more money than what you spend on it, and you can take pretty much every free-to-play game down. It won't happen because people have psychologies and, you know, brains and can, you know, be manipulated and spend money that they didn't really want to spend. But if you go into a game going, I'm not going to spend a dime on this because I know it's going to die, because I know it's a cash grab, because I know they're going to do this, and I'm not going to spend a dime, and you play that game, and that game shuts down in 9 months, you know what you got out of that game? Fun. You didn't lose a goddamn thing. You didn't lose a single penny of your money, because when they shut down, you didn't pay them for anything. They didn't take any of your money. You lose the things that you built up. You know, you lose the imaginary items that you got because, you know, it doesn't exist in the real world, right? It's just a fucking video game. Sure, you lose all that, but you still got the fun out of it. You still got the experience out of it. You still got to do it with your friends and have a good time and make the memories, and you still got that. And you lose absolutely nothing because you never paid for it. Because I'm telling you, every person needs to remember that the games that you play are going to disappear. They're not going to be around forever. Game companies get shot down. Fucking development studios get bought out. People die. Like every single dollar you put into a game, you need to understand that thing you buy is going to disappear forever. And I love telling that to Genshin Impact whales because they freak the fuck out. You know how I know that you fell for it and how it royally pisses you off is because you did a very specific kind of voice when describing it. Yeah. I fucking love Raid Shadow Legends. Okay, recently I started to enjoy games that I play much more than starting ahead or being too OP. Minecraft, Terraria, Borderlands. Such wonderful games, and they're perfect. And games that are perfect. And then people get hacks, guns, items. Like, then it's not fun anymore. I used to use commands in Minecraft when I was smaller, but it's just not fun. What changed it all for me was because I was playing Borderlands 3 with my dad, and I was obviously better with better guns, and I wasn't even continued to next chat. Yeah, I mean, like, okay, it's something that I think takes time for people to understand. Here's a great example, right? I drop you into Skyrim, and I give you the best weapon, the best armor, and everything else, right? And you go through the game, and you're bored. Nothing is a challenge. Anything you loot, you don't need anymore because you have the best items. Like, everything in the game loses its value. The only thing that's left is the story. Everything else loses its value. And, like, you start to understand that the whole pay to win aspect or whatever you got has actually made your experience worse. And, like, everyone's going to have that power fantasy. Everyone has that power. I have that fucking power fantasy. I'm not perfect. Are you kidding me? You know the amount of times that I loaded up Skyrim and I went, I want all the cool shit. I'm going to go beat the shit out of people, right? And then I get bored and close the game. It took me years and years and years of playing games until I got to the point where I'm like, holy shit, I actually need to suck. Like, I actually need a roadmap, a reason to get stronger, a path to play so that I can get stronger, because the game is literally getting stronger. That's what the game is. And if I just give myself the strength, I no longer have a game. It took me a long time to get that. It took me a long time to understand that the road is the game, not the end point, right? You know, again, that depends on the core gameplay loop, right? Because sometimes, like, for instance, Monster Hunter World, I don't care how strong I am. I like fighting the monsters. And even at the biggest strength that I have available to me, some of the monsters are still a challenge. And that's cool. I like fighting the monsters. I don't like doing the gear progressions or getting stronger as the story. I like just beating the creatures. And the difficulty of beating the creatures is the game content for me, right? So, you know, at that point, it doesn't matter if I get super strong. What matters is, can I beat this creature? You know, if I'm so strong, I one-shot it, then it gets boring. And there's the whole thing there. But yeah. I agreed. I played it for a bit without spending a cent and got bored fast. Yeah, that makes sense. Killing anything and... Yep. Okay. Killing anything and just running through the story, and my dad got irritated at me because he said this one thing and it changed it all for me. Why do you keep going through not even enjoying the aspect of the game? Slow down. I like a challenge because that itself makes the game. Well, the game. And I've stuck with that for every game I play. Yeah, your dad's right. I mean, there's no gameplay when you're so strong, you've removed the difficulty of the gameplay. If you play every game with a cheat code that makes you invulnerable, you're not really playing the game. You're just shooting defenseless things that can't kill you, right? It's the same concept. Failure, the aspect of not being able to do something, and failure is what makes a game, because you need to be able to not do the game, get better at the game to progress the game, right? If you're just ever failing, you're not really playing anything. At that point, it's just a story. That's all that's left, because you can't fail at a story unless you choose all of the right dialogue options, and at that point, why even fucking watch the story? Playing to become OP is okay for me. Paying is not. Yeah, exactly. I always laugh at people in PvE games who call things pay to win when it's paid to play the game you want to play less. Couldn't be me. I love Borderlands, specifically Borderlands 3, so much so that when I say I stuck with that, with what my dad said, I played Borderlands 3 13 times all the way through the story. It's a wonderful game when you get to play it. Why is the music low-key making this? I feel like it should be emotional. Because lo-fi is fucking based. That's why. And the thing is that to understand or to like get the an outside perspective of understanding on why this is such a thing. Well, if it hits diff, yeah, it does.
Ads are going to
Look at
start
people
in a
who,
couple of minutes. Please be patient.
Look at people who play Souls games. They're literally trying to play the game with less armor. They're literally making it more difficult to play the game because they like the challenge. They like the holding hands. They like the aspect of the game where they keep ramping the difficulty because it makes it harder, because it makes it more of a challenge, because they can play the game more. And you know, there are people in like Final Fantasy 14 is another example of this. There are people in Final Fantasy 14 who play at min eye level, right? No more hands. Yeah, well, you only get it for a couple of seconds. My hands are sweaty. There are people who play Final Fantasy 14 at minimum eye level, right? Or you know, they try to do raid bosses at the hardest difficulty they can at minimum eye level because they just want the difficulty, right? And then you have people who won't ever touch any of the Savage Raids or won't ever touch anything related to Savage Raids until they're 2 years out of content and they can go in solo queue and beat the shit out of the boss. Like, you know, there's different things, but ultimately what ends up happening is like the difficulty is what makes games. You know, if you could solve every Sudoku puzzle instantaneously, you'd never play Sudoku, right? If you could fucking, you know, figure out the best path of Monopoly to take every single time, you'd never play Monopoly. Like, the whole concept of games in general is the fact that they're trying to challenge you to do something, and you overcome the challenge. So when you take the challenge away, then you don't have a game anymore. And that's like pay to win, you know, that doesn't get into pay to progress, which is even more infuriating. But yeah. Palms are sweaty, knees weak, arms are heavy, there's vomit on my sweater already. Bomb spaghetti. The wise voice for just his best boy. And he keeps on forgetting what he wrote down. The crowd goes so loud. He opens his mouth, but the words won't come out. Time's up. Over, blah, snap back to reality. Oh, there goes gravity. Yeah. I used to know the lyrics to that whole song because it came out when I was younger, and I'm like, this is fucking dope, dude. I'm a llama. What is that fucking rap god one? I'm a llama, doom a llama. What I gotta get through you? I'm superhuman. Everything that is taking me. Like, hang on. I want to find that. I want to find that one again. The quad. The chord. I largely agree, but I prefer falling on my own merits. Like yesterday, I encountered a large army of bandits in Skyrim that were added by a mod, and I was doing all right until I realized that my healing potions were missing. My craftbot system from a player home had siphoned them from my inventory without me knowing. Upon this revelation, I also realized that I hadn't saved my game in over an hour, and so I toggled God mode, won the encounter, saved, and went to go get my potions back. If I had used all my potions and died, that would have been a different story. Right. So something like that is more of like a... Okay, let me put it this way. If you were the game developer, right? If you were the game developer, what you would have done in that moment is you would have realized that that's not a fun game design. Having your potions randomly leave your inventory because of a separate system, not good game design, right? Which you figured out by toggling God mode and being like, okay, that shouldn't have happened, right? So that's not so much of like a problem with like the way that you're playing the game. That's more of a problem with game design, right? So you fix that game design because, like you said, if I had the potions on me and still died, then it would have been valid, and I agree. Not the ads. You assuming I'm a human. What? I gotta get it through to you that I... Superhuman. You rhyme human with human. God damn it, Slim Shady. I love that fucking Eminem is autistic. It makes me so happy. He is? Yeah. Yeah, Eminem is autistic. That's probably why he's so fucking good at rhyming. That's his special interest. He just figured out rhymes. And I was like, dude, this is what I am now. But that's why he's so straightforward with shit. I mean, honestly, I think Deadmau5 is autistic too. Deadmau5 is the same way. Dude doesn't give a shit. He just fucking says, he just like, okay. So not every person who's fucking very forthcoming about shit is autistic. I'm just gonna put that out there. But he's got some traits, some social, difficulties and stuff like that that kind of like leans in that same direction. Eminem is diagnosed autistic. Joel isn't. I think it would be interesting if he did get diagnosed, because I think I think he leans on the spectrum. He might not. He might just be a very straightforward person. But he's got some stuff. Like, he lives in a cabin in the middle of, like, he lives in this thing in the middle of the woods where like no one goes to him. And I'm like, dude, that is literally social like avoidance 101. That's what I'm doing. I know, motherfucker, because that's what I'm doing. So I'd be interested to see if he got tested, if he was on the spectrum, right? Both Slim and Joel, if they were on the spectrum, they don't need a lot of support. But it's still probably difficult for them, So like I said, we're only doing a 3-hour stream today, so we got one more hour, and then I'll be jumping off. And this is just a good mental. I need to breathe. I need a mental breather. After my 100 days. Welcome back from ads.
Thank you for the
pennies. Can you tell I've heard that a lot? I hear it 6 times a stream. Oh yeah, so like the rap god stuff. So it's Suma Luma Duma Luma, you assuming I'm a human. What I gotta do to get it through to you. I'm superhuman, innovative, animated rubber, so that anything is ricocheting off of me and it'll glue to you, and I'm devastating more than ever, demonstrating how to give a fucking audience the feelings like it's levitating. Never fading, and I know that the haters are forever waiting for the day that they can say I fell off. They'll be celebrating because I know that you got. Okay, then so that's the fast part. So that's just that one paragraph. Yippee, no more ads. I could probably read it pretty fast versus like actually saying out loud at rap god speed. I did get a skin. Use Game Pass reward points on the just to cover up Clay. Oh my god. So what is it? Suma Luma Duma Luma, you assume I'm a human. What I gotta get through to you that I'm superhuman, innovative, forever made of rubber. So anything they're saying is ricocheting off of me and glue to you, and I'm devastating more than ever, devastating how to give a motherfucking office. I can't do it. I can hear the speed of Eminem doing it in my head. and I'm trying to keep up to it, but I don't know the words well enough. If I knew the words well enough, I could fucking blaze through that just as fast as he did. But the thing, that's kind of like the skill though, is that talking fast really isn't that much of a problem. Talking fast is just something that you can kind of do. Talking fast is just a part of a way of life, especially if you're ADHD. So like talking fast isn't difficult. The difficult part is remembering all the fucking words. Because the thing about rap is it's mostly just speaking, as in like the lyrics are more of a progression and less of a repetition, where in other phases of music you have a lot of choruses that break up that are repetitious, and then you have the lyrics in between that will change and sometimes won't. ADHD, I feel that people tell me to slow down my talking all the time. Yeah I feel like I might have to I think I might do it with Alt Bunny. Nah, you know what, I fucking lean into it. I don't care anymore. Give me that skin. Skin. I kind of did. I mean, for me, I guess it depends on my intention in the game. Like, sometimes I'm like kind of self-inserty or self-representative or whatever that fucking terminology is. So I'll play a male character, and then other times I'm just like, I want to look at ass. Just show me that ass, and I'll do a female character. But opinion on Playboy bunny clothes. What do they have? Like a clothing line or a brand or something? Yeah. Chicken butt. So wait. Ah, shit. I closed it. That. I just found out that a political leader in the Hearts of Iron 4 Old World Blues is named Gabagool. I love that. So wait, Playboy Bunny has clothing? Are we talking like, what are we talking? Are we just like the general like bunny outfit, or are we talking like they have merch? Does Playboy have merch? I mean, I'm sure. I mean, Bad Dragon has merch. Playboy Bunny has to also have merch. The skirts, the hoodies, and stuff like that. I mean, it's all good. I don't really have a negative opinion on pretty much any clothing, I don't think. I looked it up. They have merch. Wait, Playboy Bunny has merch? This is hilarious. Sorry, I'm looking down a lot because I'm looking at my phone. Okay, I looked up Playboy Bunny merch, and one of the second sponsored links is a fucking Mew. It's a Nike symbol with a Mew on it. It looks like somebody embroidered it. And then there's a Ghastly, Haunter, and Gengar one as well. And then there's actual Playboy merch. And I'm just sitting here like, what the fuck happened to my search results? My opinion, I think all clothing is good clothing. I think it just depends on the frame that it sits on, you know? It's the same thing with like body styles. Of course, obviously there's a healthy weight and an unhealthy weight. But when it comes to like, oh, you a tits or an ass person, I'm like, well, it depends on who it's on, right? Because if you're a 4'9", 4'11", you know, tiny thing, right? I'm probably not gonna like top heavy. I'm probably not gonna like massive tits on a small frame. So like petite frame goes petite frame. And I was like, well, what if you're like 6'1"? I'm like, okay, well then maybe that would, that'll look better. But that's just how I'm very my preferences of women's shapes comes down to like, I feel like another autistic trait of mine, which is like, well, that depends on how your proportions are. Like just not an answer. They have a proprietary store that's apparently being launched in 3 to 4 days. Really? Is the background an accurate home? For my character model, I guess. I haven't really come up with a lot of war. I haven't come up with a lot of war. I haven't really come up with a lot of war for this guy because I basically am just me. I don't play a character. I am me. And I just like, oh, this background's kind of cool. It kind of fits the vibe. So, plop. We all want a Junker Queen in our lives. I think the beauty of people is the differences between them. I think if everyone was a Junker Queen, it would get boring. And if everyone was a diva, it'd get annoying. I find that, like, the most amazing part of people is the fact of how different we can be. You can have a 5'1" guy who's just fucking jacked. Just jacked to the moon, right? He's 5'1", but the dude benches like 300, 400, like whatever, you know what I mean? And then you can have like the leanest, scrawniest, most I don't want to say beta, but like most emotionally sensitive 6'3" dude. You know what I mean? Like that's the wonderful thing about people is that yeah, they're stereotypes, sure, but it's so much funnier and it's so much cooler when people break stereotypes, physically or otherwise, and just being like completely different. Like I love the subversion of expectations. I love the whole concept of like the dudes who are like the big biker gang, like the biker gang guys, you know, with the fucking open carry handguns and tattoos and all that sort of shit, right? And you walk up to them and they're just the biggest goddamn teddy bear. They're like, yeah, I'm a grandfather. I have like, you know, 3 children and like 10 grandkids. And like, I'll take the grandkids out on the motorbike, like on the weekends or whatever. And I'm just like, yes, feed me. Like, I don't know. It's just shit like that that makes me happy. I frankly do not care for branded clothing. Expensive. In my experience, not usually very comfortable and expensive. It's fair. Is me and I am you. But if I can afford it, it looks decent and it's comfortable, I'll wear it. You know, that's kind of why I've been curious about like the Linus Tech Tips merch and stuff like that. Because everyone, it's presented as like, well, we don't want to be merch. Like we want to just sell things that are good things that are just tied to my brand. Which again, as an autistic person, I kind of understand, and I 100% think Linus is on the spectrum. I think he's gone through a bunch of testing, did a bunch of things. I 100% think he's on the spectrum. Luke, 0%. Luke is not on the spectrum at all. But Linus, probably. And I feel like he's the type of person who'd also do the same thing that any other autistic person would do, which is, no, I just want good stuff to sell that my brand is on, right? So I've been curious about how his products is actually shaped out. I don't have the means to buy anything because money, but you know. I want 2 types of people in one person. I want a twink switch femboy with an emotional support tactic that helps me, and someone I can drive one. God, I'm trying to English here. Someone I can drive one the interstate, and that I could treat as a passenger princess. Oh, okay, yeah. You say that, but look at Bob. He's perfect. Who is Bob? We talking about like Bob the Builder? I'm the 6'3" femboy that is emotionally unstable. Except I'm 6'1". Oh, not emotionally unstable, but I am sensitive. I'm Bob. I'm 6'0". I'm 6'0", which is funny because I'm closer to 6'1" than I am 6 feet. But I like saying I'm 6'0", so when I walk up to people who are like, yeah, I'm 6 foot, and they're like 5'11", there's like almost a 2-inch different. And they're like, and I'm like, yeah, okay, buddy. We love Bob, whoever he is. Who the fuck is Bob? I keep hearing like Bob the Builder. That's it. That's from a children's show. Bob, get over here. Are we talking about like Overwatch Bob? Bob! Do something. Okay. Got it. Bob, dude, honestly, my power fantasy, you know how everyone has a power fantasy, right? Some people want to, when your main character arc, right? And you're like, you get to be a main character, right? Or you get to be the strong character, you get to be like whatever, something along those lines. And it's always, I like to ask people, what is your thing? How does your character act? How does your character behave, right? If you we're in a different world. You have complete control over it. It was like, you can make an anime as fuck. You can make an, non-anime as fuck. Like, you can do whatever you want, right? What is your main character, like, thing? How did you get strong? What do you do? Where do you be? Stuff like that, right? And sometimes I always come down to me. When I think about it for myself, I'm like, I want to be the innocuous person who just, like, is like that retired adventurer thing. You know what I mean? Where it's like someone who you just never expect, who's like obscenely strong. And it's always the like the Batman and Alfred thing, where it's like, Batman isn't the strongest character in that universe or in that world. It's like Alfred is. I want to be that one butler. I want to be that one dude who's just like passively helping others in some way, who's just like way too fucking strong to exist. And the only reason why he's helping others is, well, not the only reason, but one of the reasons why he's helping others is because he wants other people to be strong. He wants other people to grow. He wants to benefit other people, right? And he's just sitting there at like fucking level 9999 stats, right? And he's not doing anything. He's just living his life and helping people. And the concept of basically being a sleeper like hero or a sleeper tank hero, whatever, is probably the most attractive to me. Like, if I had to relive my life, and I had to be like, in this world, and, I got whatever option I want, I would probably be someone who'd like, be the most innovative technological person, where I made the biggest like cybersecurity, encryption or whatever, right? And I, in my brain, am the only person who knows how to defeat it, so I can go on anything I want and, take it down. Those sort of things where it's like, you don't know who I am, you don't know what I am or where I am, you don't know anything about me, but the only thing that's true is that I can take anything and everyone and just grind it to a halt and just live in complete, like, not iniquity, but like reservation with other people who don't know anything about me and just live my life. Which is hilarious, because if streaming takes off, it's gonna be the fucking complete opposite. Everyone's gonna know who I am. Everyone's gonna know my voice. Everyone's gonna know what I do, and I'm just gonna be like, only really having to know my maternal family. I'm the shortest man in the family. Thanks, Dad. Aw, don't blame your dad. That's mean. But yeah, I like that concept. I think that was a super cool concept. Yeah, I've always been interested in making stories. I'm just so bad at like the little details. I'd love to make a story, dude. I would love to have a ghostwriter. I just don't think I'd ever be able to, get far enough to make it useful. Honestly, the most comfy thing I can think of is, and this is gonna get restrictive, lying on my back, dim purple LED lights, lo-fi in the background, with my head on some thick femboy thighs, and having my head scritched. Peace and solace. Everyone wants peace and comfort. Is absolutely his genetics, and that's why I have to look at my little cousin. Okay, so the solution to this problem, Mobius, is break your legs, pull them apart, and then like plate them and let the bone regrow between them, right? Okay, that's how you get taller. Problem solved. Thick. I think for me personally, when it comes to like, what do you prefer? Like, what is your partner? What is your world? Like, what do you want to, what is your whatever? I am hilariously a dog. I am just a dog. You want to know what a dog wants? A dog wants someone that's going to take care of them, treat them right, and help them when they need help. And then in return, the dog will basically fuck up anyone who gets close. That's what I want. Somebody who's going to take care of me so I can take care of in return. That's it. I am a fucking dog. And also I'm a one person dog, and I don't like being around other dogs. Therefore, live in the middle of the woods with one other person, and I'm good. I'm dead. That's it. I'm set. I'm fine. Won't like that. Eat my teeth or something. No. It's over when you get taller than your dad. I'm taller than my dad. Woof. Pretty much. I am dog. I'm also taller than my dad, but I think my dad's shrinking. He's getting older. Yeah. I'm also taller than my dad, but my cousins are still tower over me. Mobius, How tall are your cousins? I've grown a foot in the past month? Year. Okay. Okay, I was like, dude, you need to go to a doctor. That's still a lot for a year. I think the shortest one of my little cousin is 6'3". Okay, your cousins are just giant, my guy. Your cousins are like fucking Nordic Scandinavian like height. Like the average height in that region is like 6'0" or whatever, because everyone is fucking tall. Foot in a year is crazy. That's crazy. How much is that's like? Well, 12 inches in a foot, 12 months in a year. That's literally an inch a month. That's a quarter inch a week. Holy crap. That's nutty. You don't understand, Delta. I grew up being a promised height, and I'm only 5'10". Yeah. Yeah, that sucks. I like my height. I'm happy with my height. I broke the 6-foot barrier, and I'm like, awesome. Don't care about anything else. Okay. This is gonna sound way TMI. What would you rather be? Tall with a small dick or short with a big dick? Yeah, we get weird here, by the way. Just FYI. Depends. You're a boy and a man. Am I a grower or a shower? Like with dick, you'd be a grower. Short, big dick, because no one expects it. Okay, yeah. I guess at that point it's like, well, see, here's the funny thing. I'm not, but here's the funny thing. I'm ace, so like, and then it's like, okay, well, that's just cheating. If you're ace, that doesn't count. You need to have some like stake in the game. Guess what? What are we gonna go? I'm ace. Tall and small. Obviously, my assumption is small when flaccid. Yeah. All right. For Twitch's best boy. Oh heck yeah! Head bets. Let's go. Twitch's best boy is a weirdo, but that's okay. That's why we love him. Yeah, that does suck though. That being said, though, I will say that being tall can kind of be a burden if you're in regions that like don't expect height. Like if you're 6 foot or taller and you go to Japan, I'm pretty sure it's a bad time. Or like really any East Asian areas, where like the average height of guys are like what 5'9" or something like that. Hang on, I'm gonna look this up. What's the Japan? Japan average height males. Oh wow. The average height of a Japanese man is 5'7". Huh. Wow, I would not have fun. Would not have fun over there. Hilariously enough, the average height of a Japanese woman is 5'2". What's the average height female United States? 5'3". Okay, so here's something interesting. So the average height of a Japanese female is 5'2.5". The average height of an American female is 5'3.5", which is like not that much of a difference. Are women just like, have women just reached peak height? Like no matter where? Are they just all like, well, hang on, no. Okay, I know Mei Mei is like 4'9", and she's Vietnamese. So what's Vietnamese? Vietnamese. Well, the first thing that comes up is average height. Hang on. Vietnamese average height. The average height of the Vietnamese people is 5'2". On average, the average height of the men are 4'5", while the average height of women are 5 feet. The average height of a Vietnamese female is 5 foot average. No. 5 feet. 5 feet for women. And like 5'3" or 5 foot, was it 5'4"? Yeah. 5'4" for men. 5 feet for women. That makes a lot of sense. Actually. Let's see. Okay. Huh. That is insane. Why are they so short? $130. So Philippines, Indonesia, and India average of 165 to 166 centimeters. That's crazy. Huh. Sorry, I got distracted. What happened? Women are built different. Yeah, really though. Girl in my class is 5'10". I mean, yeah. See, okay, so the weird thing about the United States specifically is that we are just a gigantic melting pot, right? So we're gonna have Vietnamese people, we're gonna have Scandinavian people, we're gonna have just a bunch of different like races in general. So the average of the United States, it gets a little weird. Whereas you go to like, because I want you guys to keep in mind, the United States is only 300 years old. 1776, 2076, we are under 300. We are a baby. Our country is a fucking infant. We are real young. And then if you go to other countries like, the East Asian countries that have been around for literally thousands of years, they're a little more well established with their height ranges, right? So in the United States, you kind of get a bit of a melting pot with stuff. If you go over to other locations, specifically in Europe or in East Asia or in West Asia or whatever, those heights are a little more like kind of set in their region. Somehow, it seems logical that the people inhabiting a more densely forested or tropical area wouldn't need to be as tall as, say, somebody from the plains, as seeing farther is more important. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. Evolution, just like, yeah, you guys don't need to be tall. As a matter of fact, being short is a beneficial advantage because you're not hitting your head on sticks and shit, right? You got little legs. Sure, you can't run quite as fast, but you're a whole lot more nimble. You're a lot more nimble. You're not going to be hitting your head on stuff. Versus, like, yeah, if you live in areas where you need to see farther distances, now it's not so much about running away from things that you can't see. Now it's about finding shit to drink. Like, finding food. We have Florida, man. Also that. We little guys. I reject 1776 as a birth year of our nation. We gained independence in 1783. Well, 1776 was the year we declared independence, and I think we earned it later. Because didn't we have to go through like the whole fucking war and be like, no, we don't belong to you anymore? And then they went, oh no, actually you do, and went, no, we don't. And then fucking the guns came out. Did you send me a link to the music in chat? Oh yeah. Yeah, it's just it's lo-fi, it's the lo-fi girl. It's that playlist. Share, copy link to playlist. Paste. Enter. I stand by my theory that Florida is from another reality and slowly coming to ours. Well, that would explain the Bermuda Triangle as the portal. I could declare independence right now, and it wouldn't mean anything if I don't win it. Right, but if you did win it, it means that your independence would go all the way back to the point in which you declared it, not the point in which you want it. The point in which you want it doesn't state when it started. It's stated when it couldn't be taken away from you. I think for me, it's the other way around, right? So we declared our independence. We are now independent. That's it. If another country were to come in, our parent country were to come in and then take us over, it's not that we weren't independent in that time frame. It's that we were now independent and got overtaken by a separate country that came in and reestablished authority, right? Because when they didn't have authority in our country anymore, they were no longer our ruling government body. We were like, we are now independent and you can't do anything here, right? If they were still sending letters and missives and shit, and like people were still being arrested or disciplined on the action of that country in our country, right? Then it kind of gets a little wishy-washy. But if we declare independence, everyone's in agreement with it, all the states are in agreement with it, all of the laws and law enforcement are in agreement with it, then for all intents and purposes, we are no longer associated with that country. If that country then tries to come and assert dominance over us, in that case, we now need to defend our newly created country against the insurrection. Insurrection. I think that's the right word. I gotta go over now, but it was wonderful talking. Have a good day. Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for hanging out and chatting. That's my opinion. My brain turned off. What happened? My brain literally just shut down. I should probably play some games. I still hold the distinction because we didn't have a proper government that could assert its own authority and pass laws to raise troops. It was a rebellion. The successful one at that. How do we send Florida back, though? We kind of can. It's like an invasive species. Once it's here, it's like, it's here. We have to get rid of them. Do we... I mean... Didn't we have a proper government? Hi, Plushie. That's okay. Plushie can come out of the Florida first. Didn't we have a collection of authority that basically we came together and said, you can make decisions on our behalf? Or did we not have that system in place yet? Because I know it was a bunch of old men in white powdered wigs who basically said, hey, we should become our own nation. And everyone agreed and they wrote it down and sent it over. We need to take Florida and push it back to the Bermuda Triangle. We had a Congress, but it was provisional. Right. But did the Congress respond to the needs of the many? Because if that's the case, if Congress was responding to the wants and the desires of the people, then it wouldn't just be an asinine, like, governmental just creation, like, we're just independent now, and then people are like, actually, I don't want to support this. Right? Like when we went to wars because people within the country said we want to be independent and we're going to fight for it. I don't know. I still think when it was declared, like it was a majority thing that the nation wanted to be independent. I mean, of course, there's gonna be people who are like, I didn't want to do that. I didn't want to claim independence. That wasn't my role or my support. I still want to be a part of the kingdom. But you know. Most of them were like younger than you. That's actually true. That is actually true. I love how they were depicted like super old, but they were all like in their mid-20s. Which is just funny to me. Yeah, it gets kind of... It's the white powdered wigs. Yeah, I guess that's fair. I think it's kind of hard to say, right? Because we couldn't have formed our own government system because the government that overruled us would never allow that to happen. So if you're on the basis like, well, we didn't have a correct governmental system in order to make that decision that was supported by the masses, it's like, well, we would never have that governmental system in the first place because the owners of us, like Britain or whatever, or England or whatever, they wouldn't let us do that because it would be directly against their ruling body. Yeah, that's kind of exactly it, right? It's hard to form your own government when you're fighting the people who don't want you to have your own government. So that's why it's one of those things where it's like, I think the claim to independence, if supported by the majority, right? The claim of the independence, if supported by the majority of people, when that happens, you are your independent country. And because if there wasn't a rebellion or if there wasn't a war, if we said, hey, we are our own country, and Great Britain went, yeah, all right, but they didn't do the yeah, all right for 3 months, does that mean we're not our own country until we get the approval of the other country that owns us 3 months down the line? Well, that doesn't seem right either, right? Because once we said it, it's what we are. And then the decision, because then the decision kind of falls down onto the people who own us at that time, right? Because if they just gave us the okay, then it would be after they gave us the okay, but we still claimed it before they gave it the okay. The rebellion predated the movement of independence. Yeah. I still think when we announced it is when it happened, and we had to defend our autonomy, right? Because like anyone could have came over. It wouldn't have just been, Great Britain or whatever. Like any country could have come over and just been like, hey, we want your country now because, blah blah blah. I don't know. I feel like we would have been independent for a couple of months, fought a battle, lost our independence during that, like after the period of time. So we would have been like, oh yeah, we're independent for like 3 months until the country we claimed independence from came over and took us over again, right? Because I think that's the key. I think the key is whether or not the original country you came from, still has political rule within your region to enact the laws of that kingdom, right? So, if we have country A, and they go somewhere and make country B, and they own country B, country A enforces their laws and their rules and their regulations within country B. If country A no longer has the authority to be able to do that, right? They no longer have the ability to say, we're making pot illegal, right? And country B goes, no, pot's legal. And country B no longer has government officials or law enforcement or anything like that to enact government A's ruling, then government B is now behaving as if it was a separate country, because now it has its own ruling, its own laws, and its own differentiating system. So like, there's a level of that weird separation, and then there's the next level of, by the way, we don't recognize you as a ruler anymore. And that, by the way, now we don't recognize you as your ruler, is kind of that first phase or that first initiation of, now we are our own country, and if you don't like it, you got to come fight us. And if you don't come fight us, then fine, we're still going to govern ourselves. And if you do come fight us, then we're going to kill your loyalists with our loyalists. And whoever wins basically gets that nation. So that's my opinion, is that when one country no longer has authority to enact its own laws within a separate region, and that region is now basically self-operating, and that region's self-operation has not said that it is independent, then there's still like that ownership, but they're not really owning it, right? The second that self-operation, the other country goes, we're independent now, they're independent. Because there's nothing the other country can do. There's nothing they can enforce within the region anymore. Now they have to go over and take it back. It's kind of like Canada as well, because like I know Canada was under the Queen for a while, and then they were like, yeah, we're independent now, and there wasn't a war. Like Canada didn't have a war for its independence, right? Did it? I don't know a lot about Canadian history. I'm sorry. Canadian independence. 1867, British North American Act established the dominance over Canada, making it the first dominion of the British Empire, Canada became a self-governing state, but was still technically under British rule. Okay, so that falls into the self-governing, in which you don't tell us what to do. We'll all self-operate, but we, still recognize the authority of the other one over us. Oh no, they did fight. Okay, yep, they fought. Battle of Vimy Ridge, Battle of the Balfour Declaration. The Statute of Westminster acknowledged Canada as equal to the United Kingdom and other Commonwealth realms, and granted Canada an almost complete legislative autonomy from the British Parliament, but the UK retained some authority over constitutional stages. 1982. The Canada Act was passed by British Parliament and proclaimed by Queen Elizabeth II, making Canada fully independent. Wait, Canada didn't have full independence until the 80s? Holy shit. That's crazy. I did not know that. I did not know that Canada didn't have full independence until the 80s. Canada's too chill for wars. Canada's the reason why we have a lot of Geneva Convention. Canada's not too chill for wars. Canada is like that bear that when you poke mauls you without a care in the world. That people just stopped poking, because when they did poke Canada did some really fucking bad stuff. And then people were like, you know what? We're just gonna stop fucking with Canada now. And then Canada went, okay, that's good, mate. That's good. We invaded Canada twice and lost. Like the United States or like Britain? Canada. Oh, the United States. Wait, we invaded Canada? Were we trying... Okay, sorry. I only noticed that some people it seems extreme. Oh no, Canada's people are pretty cool, except for Quebec. Canada's people are pretty cool. Canada is like a governing, like as a country. Well, you don't want to fuck with Canada. I mean, during the Revolution in the War of 1812 and lost. Yeah, that makes sense. Canada Geneva Convention. Hang on, Geneva Convention. Here we go. Oh nope, that's not what I wanted. Okay, I'm gonna see if I can find a good explanation for this, so I'm not like spreading false information. Benedict Arnold was one of the big players in the first invention. Okay. Canada wasn't really convicted of committing war crimes, no, but they did make themselves a bit of the name for them being really brutal fighters and hard asses. For example, during World War I, some Canadians threw tins of food into German trenches. Germans who were suffering from major shortages of food. And when the Germans shouted over the lines for them to throw more, the Canadians followed it up with grenades. Which, yeah, that's pretty hard. Throwing someone food and then killing them. There are other such examples of Canadians being hard asses, many from World War I. That just gave them an era that's become a meme. Holy fuck, dude. They had a bit of a nasty reputation in World War I. The British and the French would at times schedule unofficial truces with the Germans. The Canadians, not so much. They would also do crap like throw food into German chapters for a while to get them mentally insuspected and then throw grenades. In World War II, there was just more savagery on the Eastern Front or anywhere the Japanese were present, and Canadian actions were tame by comparisons. Yeah, Canada, you don't fuck with Canada. Nobody fucks with Canada. Couple of reasons. A, trust me, you don't want to fuck with Canada. And B, the United States has scary dog privileges. If you fuck with Canada, you're fucking with the United States. You don't want to fuck with the United States. Because although the United States may not commit war crimes, you won't know that we commit war crimes because we're really good at covering them up. We will just do things no one will ever find out. Because United States. Meanwhile, I'm going to go play Mecha Break now. Canada's got cool people. Northern Canada is a lot like southern United States, apparently, where like all the hillbillies and rednecks, not derogatory, but you know, apparently live in northern Canada because it gets really cold up there, right? So like the southern line of Canada is like the northern line of the United States. The northern line of Canada is like the southern line of the United States. I think Denmark's biggest war, excluding the Viking stuff, was the Second World War, where we fought for a solid 2 hours. Wait, Denmark? That's not a lot. That's not a lot. Like, that's not a lot though. It's only 2 hours. Let me that. And then basically when I'm done with this game is when I will be done streaming. As I figure out where this is. Soon as I figure out where the fuck this is. Oh, there's game stuff. Game, capture specific window, make a break. Okay. There we go. Against the work marks? I think that's plenty. We lost 11 soldiers. Rest in peace, Denmark soldiers. I mean, you can't. At least the women are pretty. Wait, I get 400,000 Matrix credits? What did we just get? Did we just get enough credits just to unlock everything? Apparently we also got something called a splitter. Oh no, reflector drones, energy cannon. Wait. Salem. Ultra heavy attacker. Interesting. I got some ear. Ha! I got a fucking. It's over 9,000. Paint kit, supply crate, Operation Trailblazer. Matrix credits. Holy shit. Alrighty then, let's go take a look at the everything. God, this is so, dude, this is so cool. Man, I really want an MMO with a game style like this. Who rode on bikes to defeat the German tanks? Oh my god. We fought with tooth and nail and a bike. That's crazy. Wait, hey yo? You can just, oh, you could just straight up change shit. Oh, that's super cool. That's pretty cool. It's free color skins. Overwatch devs are fuming. Well, the skins are, they're not free, I don't think. You just have some paints that you can use, and I think it uses up like a paint shader or whatever. So like what I think it is, again, what I think it is that you have a number of like these paint capsules that you get, and every time you apply a paint, it uses up one of the paint capsules. And I think you have to unlock other paints that can then use that paint capsule. But it's kind of like a way of being able to sell cosmetics, but allowing people to sell like their own color skin, but still like buying some of it. I think it's a pretty fair balance. Oh yeah, so I can literally buy everything, huh? God, it's so good. The click clack metal sounds make me so happy. fucking heavy sniper. This one's pretty cool too. Panther. I'm so glad the vote info is covering up the chat. Bypasses fluid armor in fields. Dude, yeah, when Panther gets in fucking close, he'll fuck you up. And I was kind of hoping like there would be a way to trial things you already bought, right? Because now I'm in a trial, which is cool. Being able to do this for this long makes me super happy.
Stabilizing.
Now the thing is, I'm not sure which way is down or how to get down. Whoa, wait, what?
Stabilizing.
Oh, I didn't know.
Stabilizing. Stabilizing. Unavailable now.
So there's a way of just going straight down. Interesting. Overfilling my C drive? Oh no. Enhanced chip? Oh, you can... Whoa, holy shit. You could really get in... Wait, hang on. You can put like mobility boost. Level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4, level 5. What if I do all of these? Oh wow, it barely uses anything.
Stabilizing. Stabilizing. Weapon not ready. Attack mode.
Oh, that's so cool that dude, that's so cool that it fucking changes color.
Repair mode.
Ah, I'm loving this. I'm actually loving this. Oh wait, I can switch. Okay. 43 gigabytes of mod archives. Good lord. Yeah, good lord is right. Let's do man, I just want to play around with everything. Fuck it, let's go from the top. Okay, I've already done that one. I already know that one. I've done that one. I've done that one. I haven't done this one yet. There we go. Dude, it has different audio for the different fucking frames when they Oh.
Unavailable now.
See, that's what I'm talking about when you can tell a game has love. They used different audio design for different mechs because their armor profiles are different.
Stabilizing.
Oh, that's what I want to look up controls. Mouse and keyboard. Tab, F1, right control, interact, battle comms, marker, hold the wheel, open chat, sniper auto log on talk. Okay, interesting. You can change different things for specific strikers. That's pretty cool. But I wanted to know. Yeah, they don't have like a... They don't have like a very in-depth... So, okay, hang on. I'm gonna Google this because now it's bugging me. Take a break. Move down in flight. I guess it would be descend. God damn it, I can't pipe and key. Make a break, descend. Flight, descend. All right, well, I don't know. So we're gonna try a couple different keys here. So it's not Q, it's not E, it's not Z, X.
Sniper auto lock-on enabled.
I don't know what that is though.
Sniper auto lock-on enabled. Sniper auto lock-on disabled.
Shield on.
Not that. Obviously not that. Not those, not that, not that, not that, not that. Well, that goes down, but that's not like...
Stabilizing. Stabilizing.
It's interesting that there's no key to stay in the air. But you have to climb. Or like fall jump.
Stabilizing.
Let's meet here.
Shield activated.
Let's meet here.
Stabilizing.
Okay. Oh, when you go to the
Ads are
left, it does
going
like
to
little
start
skate.
in a couple
It's
of
pretty cool.
minutes. Please be patient.
Shield activated. Shield activated. Shield down.
Okay. Oh, this might be my new favorite.
Energy low. Stabilizing. Shield activated.
It's basically straight melee.
Unavailable now. Shield on.
So shields,
Weapon not ready.
energy, and shield rate up, huh? Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to try this guy out.
Stabilizing.
Interesting. Okay. So
Weapon not ready.
interesting. I'd never be able to get that close, but yeah, this is a lot of damage. So it's just that, huh? Nothing else. Okay, that's okay. That's not bad. That's not a bad thing. It's a good distance closer. Yeah, you do not want to be. You do not want to be within this guy's range. Um, Holy shit. This guy's tank. Wow, the health pool's really changed.
Shield on. Unavailable.
Interesting.
Energy low. Energy low.
Straight energy packs. Okay.
Shield down. Insufficient engine output.
Insufficient engine output.
Insufficient engine output.
Oh, enough energy in the... Okay. Interesting. Very interesting. Yeah, I'm liking this game. I'm liking this game a lot. This is a lot of fun. Just playing around with this stuff. It's super fun. Ooh, slow. Responsiveness takes a while. Okay. So we have... This takes no load time. Just is the way it is, huh?
Unavailable.
Interesting. Okay.
Unavailable.
Interesting.
Sniper auto lock-on enabled. Sniper auto lock-on disabled.
What is sniper auto lock? Is that if you get sniped at, it'll auto lock on it? Um,
Sniper auto lock-on enabled. Sniper auto lock-on disabled. Sniper auto lock-on enabled.
yeah, I don't know what the difference is.
Welcome back from ads. Thank you for the pennies.
Yes, thank you for pennies. Thank you for watching ads. I do appreciate it. Using the most fun thing, the auto targeting from distances that far. The stealth on top of that is just a no skill and minimal counterplay. Will be top most these things without a doubt. Thank you for the visit. So it seems like
Sniper auto lock-on disabled.
Stabilizing.
it says sniper auto lock is disabled, but it's still getting the auto target.
Stabilizing.
Sniper auto lock-on disabled.
Oh, that's disabled. All right.
Stabilizing. Unavailable.
This thing's a hyper mobile character because it doesn't need to charge it.
Unavailable now.
Interesting. and that's the ground unit. It's annoying.
Mobility kit activated. Mobility kit deactivated.
Mobility kit, huh?
Stabilizing. Mobility kit deactivated.
Interesting.
Shield on. Unavailable now.
Sniper with a shield is kind of crazy.
Mobility kit activated.
Okay. I'm not burning any energy to do this now. Wait, what?
Unavailable now.
I'm a literal AC-130. What is this?
Unavailable now.
Sniper auto lock-on enabled.
Weapon not ready.
Oh my dude. Okay, so I just figured something out. For those who are still watching, I just figured out that you actually don't need to aim in sniper mode, because the game will do it for you.
Stabilizing.
As long as you have a lock like that, it'll do it.
Sniper auto lock-on disabled.
If you disable it, you have to aim it. That just made
Sniper
me
auto lock-on enabled.
that just made me real broken. That just made me real fucking broken.
Mobility kit activated.
Or, you know, maybe the design intent of it is that the game isn't designed to be hyper mechanically intensive. But you know what? Honestly, I'm fucking down for it. I don't really need a whole bunch of skill expression in this game. I just want to play silly mech game and go pew. Like, I'm cool with that. I can stay in the air? Dude, I can literally just fucking shoot people from the air a mile away.
Mobility kit
This is nuts. Okay. This is crazy. I love this one. This is really cool. Oh yeah, I like this one. Heavy sniper, kinda dope. Ultra heavy attacker. All right, what do we got for this one? So we have 2 mirror weapons.
unavailable now.
All right. We have the fuck you. Got it. We got 2. Oh, which is a huge fuck you.
Weapon not ready.
All right, and then 3.
Unavailable now.
Whoa, that's so cool. Dude, this game is dope. Fire separately, but if you hit them both at the same time. This might genuinely replace Overwatch for me. If this game stays in circulation and stays popular and they don't fuck it up too much, might legitimately. Wait, you can do both at the same time?
Unavailable now.
Okay, so it's got a low rate of fire.
Unavailable now.
Okay. Oh, so it does amp it. I see.
Unavailable now.
Interesting. So if I do 2, I'm gonna pop up the big laser. Let me
Unavailable now.
get rid of this guy real quick.
Unavailable now.
3. Mobility, energy, armor regen up. Okay. It's gotta amp a bunch of my shit. I wish it wasn't as long of a cooldown. It's nice that it tells me. I wish it showed me the number and then just went by through real quick so I could keep testing it. But hey, you know, that's all right.
Stabilizing.
Okay.
Unavailable now.
All right. Interesting one. Not my biggest. I'm not the biggest fan of it, but that's okay. Still good though. Still fun. We got heavy sniper, good inferno, Vulcan's next. Oh my god, we got spin to win. Okay. All right.
Shield on. Shield down.
Okay. Pretty fucking destructive though, not gonna lie. Okay. He definitely is a brawler. He definitely isn't like, it's not bad. He's a support brawler. Definitely seems like lock them in here and then just absolutely 1v1 the fuck out of them, and either you die or they do. So okay. Relatively basic kit, but can output some pretty good damage.
Unavailable now.
Not too bad. Definitely not for me though. Yeah, he's brawler. Okay. We have the support, which I will never play. Ultra heavy defender. Oh man. Yeah, that you are not moving quick with this guy. Okay.
Stabilizing.
By the way, the ability to just hit alt and immediately go to the ground. Damn, really wish Farah had that. So energy weapon. Woo, that is gnarly. Yeah, that does a lot of damage. All right. And right click is.
Unavailable now.
Oh, wow. All right. I know these shields auto draw fire.
Unavailable now.
Interesting. Okay.
Shield on.
Okay. Oh, and I can still shoot through it. That's dope. What did that guy do? So he seems like kind of like a summoner defender.
Shield down.
Okay. Again, not my thing, but not bad. And his weapons are not that one. Turret drone. Is it this one? Yeah, but they weren't targeting. They weren't. Were they not? Were they not in range? It wasn't in range. Hang on. I'll hit 3.
Unavailable now.
Okay. Yeah, they just weren't range. Alright. Ultra heavy attacker. Those are the other end of the spectrum. Now we got tank. Literal tank. Alright. Kind of rockets spraying fire. Secondary fire. Interesting. So he is just dong, 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 dong. All right. Armor regen up. Interesting. Oh shit. Okay. So he turns the fuck 6-0. Now I can use this. Okay. So his thing is like he's a little. So this guy's mobility is kind of sucks. So he's very much so if you catch him out of his defensive like form, he's probably gonna be a little easy bait. The second he stands up like this, you get the fuck out. Because he will nuke you. Like this is one of the heaviest tanks in the game and he's chunking damage. That's pretty interesting. Take an ultra heavy attacker. Oh, that was who we just were. Okay. Switch break. And then we got Sky Raider. Okay. All right. Okay, so this is just a defensive thing. Weird. Cool. All right, so this is a lot like what's her face? Oh, and they go down like this. Oh, I see. And then what? I'm a fucking airplane. Let's go. I don't know what 30 out of 30 is. That's pretty cool. Holy shit, I have like flares. That's cool. Okay. What is... It was 3? Oh.
Energy low. Winged form required.
Okay. I'm not actually sure what the red indication is. Likely that'll damage. Ah, I see. Okay. Red indication seems to say that if you launch it, you'll damage somebody. If I do like that, it should go out towards. It does. Okay. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Not a huge fan of that one, but still cooler than the other ones. And then the last one is the medium support. So, sure, why not? I'll try her. All right, what do we got?
Unavailable now.
That's interesting. That feels like too much damage. You can call on a support wall though. That's kind of cool. Wait, I can self-repair? Huh. Well, that's kind of nifty. Wait, hang on. Is this like weapon? So we have the quick repair kit. Deploys a robotic arm to continuously repair a friendly target. Okay. Scatters high energy plasma at enemy units, switches to full range scatter centered on the support target when emergency support drones are deployed. It says it switches to full range scatter centered on the support target when emergency drones are deployed. What is an emergency drone? So taking damage. Oh, I see. I see. Cover airdrop, repair drone. Okay. And then what was the light support? You can repair yourself. So he's got two of those. So this one seems very primarily focused on repairing. And you can only repair so much. It doesn't stay on you. It will disappear.
Weapon not ready.
Left click, left click. Oh, bless me. Second repair done. Repair his diffuser. Support jack wing. So I can't do anything until I do this.
Unavailable now.
So I have almost no defensive capabilities.
Unavailable.
As in, like, I have almost no ability to damage other targets.
Repair mode.
Which is, so my job, if I was playing this, would essentially be the Mercy. which is fly around, stick with somebody, keep them alive, and enable them.
Attack mode. Unavailable now.
Okay, and so the thing about this though is if you swap to attack mode and you pop something on the enemy, then you can switch back to repair mode, and the things that you pop on the enemy will still damage them. And the mobility and energy up is blue beam,
Attack mode.
attack mode. So this is a repair, so this centers on me. So this is AoE heal.
Unavailable now.
Interesting. I definitely feel like this particular, we're gonna need, it depends on how the game goes, right? So you're gonna have an Overwatch problem if you keep adding in characters who can heal, because if you keep adding in characters who can heal, you're gonna add in characters who are gonna elongate the weapon fights. I think
Stabilizing.
if you have characters who can heal, they need to be
Stabilizing.
very, very heal oriented and not attack oriented, because it just won't work. I honestly think having 2 supports in the game right now is pretty good, considering you have,
Stabilizing.
let's see, what do we have? We have 1 sniper, heavy attacker, brawler, 1 support, heavy defender, heavy attacker, medium support. So I don't know. Let me go back through these, and then after this, I'm gonna log off. I'm gonna stop streaming. Wait, this is 5 paths? It does not.
Shield activated. Shield deactivated. Shield activated.
Okay, interesting. If you hold it for too long,
Shield
it goes away.
deactivated. Shield deactivated. Melee mode. Unavailable now. Shooting mode.
Oh yeah, it's like when you go down, you lose all of your armor and shit, and then you can get it back. So that was the, that was option 3. Airdrop kit. Also an airdrop kit to replenish armor and weaponry, 1-time use after armor purge. So it's like armor purge seems like your next like life, and you can get things back. Okay, so it's kind of got 2 lives. That's kind of cool. Talking.
Let's meet here. Falling back. Playing defense would be the smart move. Attack marked target.
Seems bursty. Seems like
Stabilizing.
so. I want to know what the point of that is. It's a scan. Enhances the detection range, reactivating marks and prioritizes locking onto target, disregarding decoys. Oh, interesting.
Target required. Weapon not ready.
Interesting. Okay. Definitely very long cooldown though.
Stabilizing. Target required. Target required.
So if I were to tag somebody with that,
Stabilizing. Weapon not ready.
okay. Definitely not what I thought it would be like. We have a defender. We definitely did that one before. I do like this one. This one's fun. Fucking stanced up on a Tuesday night. Fuck you. Definitely not a high damage output. That one feels faster though. Woo! Right click does more damage. All right.
Fortress form required.
Yeah, what does that do? One. Requires me to be in fortress. Oh, it's a fucking repair drone. Oh, hey, that would have been really good to know about. Would have been real good to know about when I was using them that one time. Oh, that's why we learn. All right, this one's crazy.
Sniper auto lock-on disabled. Sniper auto lock-on enabled.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, she's broken.
Weapon not ready.
That's great.
Drone deployed. Optical camouflage disabled. Drone deployed. Optical camouflage disabled. Drone recalled. Drone deployed. Weapon not ready. Drone deployed.
Holy shit, how many drones can I have out at once? Okay, just 2.
Drone recalled.
Interesting. Yeah, the auto aim on this. I might have to play a game before I go. Heavy sniper is also super cool though.
Mobility kit activated. Mobility kit deactivated. Stabilizing. Unavailable now.
All right. Kind of starting to understand these. Yeah, I wasn't a big fan of that one. Which one was it? This one.
Shield activated. Shield deactivated. Shield activated. Shield activated. Deactivated. Weapon not ready. Shield deactivated. Weapon not ready. Shield activated. Shield deactivated.
Interesting. Yeah, I like Panther. Pretty fun. And then what was the other one? Skyrider's also pretty fun. The one is a what though? Okay. The one is primarily air defense. Three is rocket signal use, right?
Weapon not ready. Weapon not ready.
Okay. Alright, we're gonna try.
Training complete.
We're gonna try the light sniper. And then I'll probably go ahead and end the stream because we're encroaching 4 hours, which is an hour past my break time. My end of stream.
Narukami. Ready to strike. Ready to strike. Tricera. Ready to strike. Stego. Ready to strike. Inferno. Ready to strike.
Panther. Inferno.
Panther. Ready to strike.
Tricera's super good.
Pilot proceeding on board.
Ass.
Injecting lymphocyte particles. Pilot sync rate stable. Mind projection system initiated.
Dismantle the stratum shatterers placed by St. Dinos at the observatory. Shatterers will speed up if not dismantled in time, causing contamination. Reach the target number of dismantled units to halt St. Dinos' plan.
Entering combat zone.
Sniper auto lock-on disabled. Sniper auto lock-on disabled.
Objective: dismantle stratum shatterers. Optical camo drone will soon go offline.
Auto fire control system unlocked. Sniper auto lock-on enabled.
First kill. Stratum shatterer deploys in 10 seconds. Unavailable now. Stratum shatterer deployed.
Sniper auto lock-on enabled.
Unavailable now. Drone deployed. Drone recalled. Drone deployed. Stratum shatterer dismantled. Drone deployed. Enemy down. Optical camouflage disabled.
Probably get out of there.
Drone deployed. Stratum shatterer deploys in 10 seconds. Double kill. Stratum shatterer deploys in 10 seconds. Stratum shatterer deployed. Stratum shatterer deployed.
Damn. Ah, fuck.
Drone deployed. Optical camouflage disabled.
Ah, he's so low. Come on. No one got him. He was in behind us the whole time. He had no HP. That's upsetting. Dude has no health. I'm so upset that he got me for free.
Enemy down. Striker ready. Landing area confirmed. Entering combat zone. Unavailable now. Optical camo drone will soon offline.
Fire control system unlocked.
Stratum Shatterer deploys in 10 seconds. Unavailable now. Stratum Shatterer deployed. Assist. Stratum Shatterer dismantled. Stratum Shatterer dismantled.
It's a fucking sniper 1v1 close up. Let's go.
Drone deployed. Drone deployed. Stratum Shatterer deploys in 10 seconds. Stratum Shatterer deployed. Stratum Shatterer deploys in 10 seconds. Unavailable now. Enemy down. Stratum Shatterer deployed.
Armor offline.
Stratum Shatterer dismantled. Double kill.
Sniper auto lock-on disabled. Sniper auto lock-on enabled. Sniper auto lock-on.
Here.
Optical camouflage disabled. Energy low. Stratum Shatterer dismantled by Stratum Shatterer. Unavailable now.
Sniper auto lock-on enabled.
Large Stratum Shatterer deploys in 10 seconds. Optical camouflage. Large Stratum Shatterer deployed.
Drone down.
Drone deployed.
Drone down.
Enemy down from
I should be dead. I should so be dead.
You are warning. You are leaving the combat zone. Warning. You are leaving the combat zone. Warning. You are leaving the combat zone. Double kill. Large Stratum Shatterer dismantled by enemy. Warning. Triple kill. You are leaving the combat zone.
Triple kill. Let's go.
Warning. You are leaving the combat zone. Warning. You are leaving the combat zone. Stratum Shatterer deploys in 10 combat zone. Ace.
Nice. Got an ace.
Warning. Stratum Shatterer deploys in 10 seconds. Assist. Stratum Shatterer deployed. Drone deployed. Warning. You are leaving the combat.
Hit him through a building?
Assist.
I hit that man through a building.
Optical warning. You are leaving the combat zone.
You can say warning as much as you want. I'm
Stratum
not going back.
Shatterer dismantled. Unavailable now. Stratum Shatterer dismantled. Enemy down. Stratum Shatterer deploys in 10 seconds. Drone deployed. Optical camouflage. Stratum Shatterer deploys in 10 seconds. Stratum Shatterer deployed.
I'm going fucking crazy. I'm hearing shit like it's enemies.
Stratum Shatterer deployed. Unavailable
Oh, hi, Chaotic. Thank you for the pets.
deployed.
I got a fucking ace. If we didn't win that, okay. I was destructive that game. Now that I figure out there's an auto lock for snipers. Yeah. I got a double kill and an ace.
Stratum Shatterer deploys in 10 seconds.
Oh, I was MVP.
Double kill. Stratum Shatterer deploys in 10. Double kill.
That's me, baby.
MVP.
Yeah, this one's gonna get nerfed. 100%. This one gets nerfed. I got 10 kills. I think honestly, my expectation. Ooh, that green suit looks nice. My expectation is that. Oh, wow. Yeah. 4 limbs, 4 limbs, 3 limbs, 3 limbs, 10 limbs, 2 limbs. My expectation is that the sniper auto lock's gonna get removed from the game. Or they're gonna nerf the overall power of the auto lock, or they're gonna nerf the power of the auto lock so it doesn't auto lock as fast. They're gonna nerf the power of the weapon so it doesn't shoot as fast. I love all of the females with maxed out tit sliders. That is hilarious to me. But yeah, there's no way that's gonna stay in. I mean, it's kind of a casual game. I don't think there's a whole shit ton of skill expression. I think it's primarily game sense. There's, everything's auto lock, right? So there's no real aim or mechanic strategy. I think it's basically, team composition, how your team's playing, and how your team plays against the enemies. And honestly, it's kind of more of a thinking game than it is a mechanic game. And I kind of like that as somebody whose mechanics have gone into the toilet over the past decade. Thinking is more what I am now. Yeah, getting an ace, kind of crazy. I didn't do the most amount of damage, but I did do the most amount of direct damage, and I also took a shit ton of damage. Holy crap! I took 388,000 damage, which is more than quite a number of others. Yeah, that was my first fucking ace, though. That's pretty cool. Slowly leaving bronze, I suppose. I mean, honestly, I didn't even know there's I think maybe there's I mean, it'd be kind of cool if the entire game was ranked. What I mean by that is if you treat the whole game as ranked, then there is no ranked. As in maybe there's ranked and there's ranked extreme or whatever, where it's basically if you go into quick play stuff, or if you go into easy play stuff, then you you get ranked accordingly. But in Overwatch, you have, did they just unlock the battle pass, or did they just get a shit ton of skills? I'm gonna just go shit ton of skills. They unlock you have MMR in general, right? So you have MMR if you're playing quick play, you have MMR if you're playing ranked. The only difference is your MMR in ranked is exposed. You can see it. That is your rank. But MMR in quick play is not exposed and you can't see it. So it's still there. You're still being judged by the game. You still have a number assigned to your, your capabilities or whatever. But there's nothing you can do about it. That's what it is. It's all the interesting. So I'm kind of cool with MMR existing if it's so there was a tax station. So if we go into tax station, we can't go into Ace Arena. So Ace Arena seems more like actual rank stuff. Mash Mac, I don't know. Challenge, training, and a custom room, right? So we have challenges, which are kind of cool. Wow. Oh, hero mastery at launch. Crazy. Training is a single player training mode. Fine. Custom room, it seems kind of cool. So this is probably your custom match creation. Yeah, that's cool. Matrix contracts. Your battle pass. Season 1 of 2024. We're on a play test, which is hilarious. But I'm guessing the game's coming out soon afterwards. Pilot assignment, I don't know, like... Narukami. Oh, okay. So it's an exclusive pace pattern. Great
Ads are
pattern.
going to start in a couple of
Narukami.
minutes. Please be patient.
Price and Falcon. So I guess I'll just get this. So I can have that or myself. Oh, apparently I'm a Pisces. Oh no, it's all classified. Interesting. So I'm not sure what the point of having a different person piloted is. I don't know. Challenges. We have our paint job. We have what? What's your zodiac sign? Why? Not mine. It's that particular character. So like if we go to this one, is it in this one? Or is it in this one? Yeah, this. So like these apparently are custom people, I guess. I have no fucking idea. And these custom people have their own things with them. I guess I have no fucking idea. But I'm not exactly sure what they give you. It's just it goes into your pilot roster. You can make your own custom ones as well, and you can make others. Oh, I'm just gonna use all these. Now, because this is a playtest, I'm sure we're gonna do a bunch of reset. You know, like when the game actually comes out. What impact does it have on the game? None. It's just flavor text. It wasn't that odd for games to include just bios for characters that had that kind of info. Even seen some things like blood types. Oh, absolutely. I mean, especially for like like Asian games. You know, I think like hip size, bust size, and waist size is like popular in that sort of thing. Or let's see, what type marks more sense in a military contract? I mean, yeah. Legendary and master. Wow, people really actually are grinding this out, huh? I just think zodiac astrology is silly. I kind of think the same, but it's hilarious to me that my opinion slightly changed when my anecdotal, or I have anecdotal evidence of me and Pisces just getting along better than anyone else. I mentioned to two people who I was friends with that I had a crush on a Pisces for 3 years or 4 years in school, and that I got along with her really well. And they both said at the same time, "Oh, I'm Pisces." And they both said at the same time, what? And then I found out their birthdays and found out that both of those friends were both Pisces. Me and May get along. May is also a Pisces. And I'm just sitting here like, apparently Fish and I get along great. So I used to think it was also dumb until I started getting proven wrong. And then I'm like, all right, whatever. It's like once is a coincidence, twice is a pattern, three makes me scared. And then I'm at like 6 or 7 at this point. Yeah, it's weird. So pilot, age 20, height 172, weight 53, zodiac sign Pisces. Hey, look, it's a Pisces. Date of birth March 3rd, birthplace Ushu. Where is it? Wait, wasn't that? I don't feel like that was a Pisces before, but whatever. Yeah. All right. That's gonna be it for this stream. Like I said, I'm not doing a long stream today. I'm not doing my 6 hours. I need a break. So I did a couple hours. I did my 4 hours. I'm gonna go take my break. So, yep. I will. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I know, man. All I remember is my mom and guardians being into astrology and forcing a bunch of stuff on me because apparently I'm a Virgo. Oh well, I mean, yeah, that's dumb. I mean, of course, there are people who fit the mold and there are people who don't. That's just humans. You're gonna have people who act like their astrology sign and people who don't. Yeah, I'm gonna head off. Thank you all for hanging out. I know it's a bit of an abrupt end, but I'm at my 4 hours, which was kind of my goal marker. I did minimum 3 and maximum 4. Yeah, I'm gonna take off. I'm gonna go take the night to myself and probably eat a bunch of food. Okay, bye.